Chapter 307. When the burly man's body was dug out, even though it had been buried for a few days and there was a stench, the two's eyes lit up, just like Zhang Xiaohua's expression when she saw the luminous pearl. Bai Yongui glanced at Chai Feng and said to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, "Brother Run, the two of us will tidy up the remains of my senior brother. You can go to the cave and tidy it up. When you're done, we'll return to the ship and send you back to land." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Okay, Hero Bai. This little one has the same idea. I was in a hurry just now, and there are things in the cave that I haven't tidied up." After she finished speaking, she cupped her hands and walked towards the cave with her long sword in hand. Bai Yongui and Chai Feng were able to endure it. When Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared from their sight, they quickly turned the burly man over and covered their noses. They found a money pouch and iron box from his chest and searched the burly man's body for a long time. After making sure that they didn't miss anything, they checked the money pouch. When they saw the iron box without the iron lock, they were stunned and nervous. It wasn't until they opened the iron box and saw the sheepskin scroll inside that they were wild with joy. Bai Yongui took it and looked at it carefully. He said to Chai Feng, "Junior brother Chai, it seems that this is the real thing. However, why is this box open? I heard from Tan Shi that this iron box and key were held by Tan 1 and Tan Wu respectively. Where did the iron lock go?" Chai Feng smiled and said, "Maybe Tan Shi heard wrongly. He's just a servant. How could he know so much? Anyway, this thing is already in our hands, and we brothers have done a meritorious deed. We just have to wait for our reward when we return. It's better to leave this troublesome matter to gang leader." Bai Yongui also grinned and said, "That's how it should be." Then he frowned and said, "Junior brother, how do you think we should deal with this Ren Xiaoyao? This Tan one was fished out from the sea by him. Maybe he's already seen this thing. That's right. Maybe he was the one who removed the iron lock." Chai Feng laughed involuntarily and said, "Didn't you see that he looks like a brat running around the sea? This kind of narrow-mindedness can't be faked. Moreover, he had stayed on this island for 4 years. How would he know about the matters of the Jianghu? Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to understand the meaning of the parchment. Besides, he helped us find this sheepskin scroll. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We can't be ungrateful. But what if he leaks the news? If this news were to spread to the Jianghu, it would set off a huge wave. Well, let's bring him to land first. Our brothers are all on the ship. Let's hear their opinions. Well, I'm still not at ease. What if the sect leader blames me? Wouldn't you blame us for being incompetent? Senior brother Bai, I think it's best if you keep these things first. Take them with you. I think that kid will be back soon." When Bai Yongui heard this, he hurriedly put the iron box and the money pouch into his bosom. Sure enough, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's figure came down from the hillside. Chai Feng raised his voice and laughed. "Brother Run, are you done packing?" "I'm done packing. Are we leaving now?" Let's go now." After that, the two of them lifted their legs and were about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua curiously asked, "Two heroes? Don't you want the remains of your senior brother?" Both of them looked embarrassed. Chai Feng hesitated and said, "Well, we want to go to the ship to find something so that we can carry his body to the ship." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's not that troublesome. Let me do it. I think the two of you have never done such a thing before." After that, he walked to the front of the big man and wrapped the big man's body in his own cloak. He lifted his hand and carried it on his shoulder. Then he picked up a sword from the ground and said, "Two heroes, let's go." After that, he lifted his leg and walked in front, leading the way to the seaside. The two of them looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly caught up from behind. After walking for a while, Bai Yongui gently pulled Chai Feng and made a chopping hand gesture. Chai Feng shook his head. Bai Yongui gritted his teeth and made a strange hand gesture to Chai Feng. Chai Feng looked at it and frowned. He sighed softly and seemed to have compromised. Seeing this, Bai Yongui gently pulled out his sword from his waist. Chai Feng also helplessly took out his sword. Bai Yongui gestured and called out to them. From behind Zhang Xiaohua, he straightened his body and stabbed at Zhang Xiaohua's back. Chai Feng's sword also helplessly stabbed at Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Seeing that the sword was about to stab, Zhang Xiaohua's body tilted, and the big man's body happened to block Bai Yonggui's sword. Bai Yonggui was shocked and quickly withdrew his sword. Seeing this, Chai Feng also took the opportunity to withdraw his sword. They heard Zhang Xiaohua say, without turning her head, "Two heroes, be careful. There are a lot of stones on the ground here. Don't be like me. You must pay attention to your feet and don't sprain your ankle." Saying this, she didn't relax her feet and quickly walked to the top of the mountain. Bai Yonggui and Chai Feng were bewildered and stopped in place. They didn't know what to do as they watched Zhang Xiaohua's figure gradually pull away. Then, Bai Yonggui clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes. He was about to rush forward when Chai Feng saw this and quickly pulled him back. He whispered, "Senior brother Bai, it's too late. That brat has already reached the top of the mountain. If we launch a sneak attack from behind, we'll be ridiculed by the other brothers." Bai Yonggui was shocked. When he looked up, he saw that the youth had already reached the top of the mountain. They could see him from the boat. If he launched a sneak attack, he would be able to claim credit in front of the gang leader. However, he would lose all face. If he and Chai Feng had just left the youth here, no one would know. Chai Feng had also attacked from behind, so he naturally wouldn't reveal it. However, if he were to do this now, it would definitely not work. Alas, that stone on the road just now was really a coincidence. Bai Yonggui fiercely glared at Zhang Xiaohua's back and quickly followed Chai Feng to catch up. How could he know that the unremarkable country youth in front of him had already seen everything through his divine sense and was secretly sneering in his heart? The three of them arrived at the seaside. The small boat was still waiting for them. On the large boat in the distance, everyone saw a youth carrying a red object on his shoulder. It was very strange, and they all pointed at him. Zhang Xiaohua stood beside the small boat and carefully sized it up. She secretly muttered to herself, "Although this is a small boat used to ferry people, it's not much smaller than the riverboat used by the Southern Sea Dragon Palace in Jinghua City. It must be specially used at sea, and it should be able to withstand the weight of a long sword." Presumably, she exerted force with her feet and jumped up from the ground onto the small boat. As Zhang Xiaohua's figure landed, the entire small boat sank into the water with a whoosh. The two people on the boat were shocked. They were sailors on the boat and were used to seeing things on the water. A strange thought emerged in their hearts. What the hell? This youth is so thin, but why is he so heavy? It feels like even an elephant isn't this heavy. Bai Yonggui and Chai Feng were also stunned when they saw this. However, they didn't have the same intuition as the two sailors. They only thought that it was caused by Zhang Xiaohua carrying the large man's corpse. At the same time, they thought, this youth's Qin Gong is really ordinary. Moreover, he looks quite thin, but there's quite a lot of meat on his body. Thinking about this, the two also floated onto the boat. The small boat didn't move at all. When they returned to the boat, the two sailors were exhausted. How could they not be tired when there were only two people on this small boat that weighed 5,000 to 6,000 kilograms? As a result, the time taken to return was actually several times longer than before. When they finally reached the boat, the two sailors were so tired that they almost foamed at the mouth. Chai Feng saw the side of the boat and asked, "Brother Ren, can you go up by yourself? If you can't, ask them to lower the rope." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Lower the rope? That's even more impossible. I don't know how many people are needed to get this long sword up." She said, "I'll try, Hero Chai. If I can't get up, it won't be too late to use the rope." After that, she exerted force with her feet. The small boat swayed again and sank a lot. Then, Zhang Xiaohua's figure shot straight towards the boat like a bullet. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua move forward, the two didn't hesitate and quickly followed. Zhang Xiaohua stood steadily on the boat with the big man's corpse on her back. Even the boat was slightly tilted to one side. At this time, there were about a dozen people surrounding them. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was about to speak. Bai Yonggui jumped up and said, "Junior Brother Li, come here." Quickly helped to carry Senior Brother's corpse back to the cabin. Senior Brother? Corpse? A dark-skinned fatty who was half a head shorter than Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said. Then, he saw Bai Yonggui's eyes and immediately understood. He said, "Okay, I understand. Senior brother by, I'll immediately carry senior brother's corpse back to the cabin. After that, he stepped forward and frowned as he took the corpse on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. At this time, Chai Feng also walked forward and said, Brother Ren, thank you for carrying senior brother's remains up here. You must be tired. Go wash up in the cabin, eat something, and rest. We brothers will hold a banquet to express our gratitude to you in the evening. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, Thank you, Hero Chai. Chai Feng called over a sailor and gave him some instructions. The sailor led Zhang Xiaohua to a room on the second floor of the cabin and left. Not long after, he came back with a bathtub filled with hot water and many snacks. After the sailor closed the door and left, Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly. She carefully placed the long sword at her feet, threw off her clothes, and jumped into the bathtub to wash. Zhang Xiaohua was also a person who was about to reach the 6th layer of qi refining. Her body was filled with true qi, and there was no dust on her body. Even the impurities in her body had been purified long ago. She didn't need to take a bath. However, when she saw something that she hadn't used in 4 years, she couldn't help but feel happy and wanted to enjoy it. Chapter 308. After Zhang Xiaohua finished his bath and tidied up his appearance, he sat comfortably on the chair and tasted the desserts that had been delivered. It wasn't a big deal, but he almost bit off his tongue. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation entered the 5th layer of qi refining, he no longer needed to eat food. However, he still occasionally ate some sealwort to refresh his mouth. Seeing the desserts that he hadn't eaten in 4 years, his appetite was naturally aroused, and he finished them all. After he finished eating the desserts, he withdrew his divine sense and sneered in his heart. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate, no longer paying attention to the others. In a cabin downstairs, a dozen or so Xianrong faction disciples were arguing incessantly. No one was able to convince anyone. The majority, led by Yonggui, unanimously believed that they should kill this youth of unknown origin here and then throw him into the sea. On the other hand, the minority, led by Chai Feng, believed that even though there was a possibility that this youth would leak information, they had promised to bring him back to land after all. Furthermore, they had also made a poison oath. It was best to escort him back to the faction and let the sect leader make a decision. After arguing for a long time, Chai Feng gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. He was originally part of the minority and wouldn't argue with his fellow disciples over this youth. After all, he was a member of the sect and would have to live in the sect in the future. It was best to close one eye to things that he couldn't control. AI, how much can conscience be worth in this day and age? Seeing Chai Feng compromised, Yonggui smiled. This time, they were able to obtain the sheepskin scroll from the deserted island. However, as for the punishment of the unfamiliar youth on the deserted island, if his opinion was adopted, it would naturally overshadow Chai Feng's. When they returned to the sect, he would naturally be the first to receive a reward based on merit. How could he not fight for such an opportunity? But what about the innocent youth's life? How could she be worthy of his attention? What followed was naturally to discuss how to make their move. Of course, this discussion was only to add some fun to the boring journey. Or perhaps they wanted to find a reason for their conscience. In short, it didn't take long for them to agree to make their move after dinner. Although Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating and did not release his divine sense, how could he put these people in his eyes at this time? If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to board this ship, he would have already made his move when Yonggui ambushed him on the deserted island. Why would he wait until now? Since they had already waited until now, why would they be afraid of a little trick? When it was already late, a sailor came up to invite Zhang Xiaohua downstairs for dinner. Zhang Xiaohua originally did not want to go downstairs, but with her spiritual awareness, she sensed that everyone downstairs was in high spirits, as if they wanted to watch a good show. She could not help but think, they have just boarded the ship, and there is still a long way to go. If I don't teach them a lesson first, there may not be peace in the future. Alas, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. By the time Zhang Xiaohua followed the sailors down to the cabin, all the wine had already been prepared. Although it was far from being as luxurious as the southern sea flood dragon palace, it was still a rare sight on this vast sea. Just like before, there was no place for Zhang Xiaohua at the head of the table. There was only a place left for him at the end of the table. Moreover, when he came down, the banquet had already begun. How could there be an empty seat? Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the door and smiled as she looked at everyone in the hall. She cupped her hands at them and sat down without any trace of politeness. The people of the Xianrong faction did not show any abnormalities because of her appearance. Instead, as everyone drank and ate, their eyes revealed a hint of playfulness. Only Chai Feng, who sat at the head of the table, had an apologetic expression. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua a few times with unease. Although Zhang Xiaohua's head was lowered, she had already released her divine sense. Everyone in the hall could see clearly. Moreover, this banquet had clearly stated that they wanted to thank her. However, they did not wait for her to come down before starting the banquet. They also did not introduce her to everyone. Clearly, they treated her like a dead person. Everyone's etiquette had been stripped away, leaving behind only naked ugliness. She sighed again. Alas, for some reason, Zhang Xiaohua sighed a lot more today. Was it because she was getting older? Zhang Xiaohua secretly scratched her head. Of course, after freshening up and taking a closer look, she realized that she was no longer the childish youth from 4 years ago. If she walked in front of Pulsatilla Wang now, he might not be able to recognize her. That's right. I wonder what the result of the battle at sea was. Did the navy of Jingyue City win, or did the Southern Sea Serpent Palace win? However, what does this have to do with me? I am Run Xiaoyao, who has already been buried in the belly of fish. Io, just now on the deserted island, I still call myself Ren Xiaoyao. I won't leave any evidence behind, right? It doesn't matter. It's been so long. Pulsatilla, one must have already forgotten about me. He will only be at home hugging his Southern Sea girl. Hee hee. Besides, do I still have to be afraid of him now? Although Zhang Xiaohua was not too interested in the food and wine in front of him, he had not eaten for many years after all. Thus, he moved his chopsticks slightly and tasted every dish. The taste is not bad. This group of people actually didn't put poison in the food. After eating 2 more mouthfuls, Zhang Xiaohua felt bored. However, she knew that there was still a good show to be performed. She could not leave early. Sure enough, Bai Yonggui's eyes never left Zhang Xiaohua. From the moment Zhang Xiaohua entered the cabin to her interest in eating, he saw everything. Seeing that she stopped eating, he thought that she had not eaten hot food for a long time and was not used to it. When he was about to leave, he hurriedly said, "Fellow brothers, it was all thanks to Brother Ren that we were able to find the corpse of our senior brother in this vast sea. Everyone, let's toast to this little brother." Seeing everyone raise their cups, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled, raised her cup, and took a sip. Everyone drank it in one gulp and saw that Zhang Xiaohua was ignoring them. Bai Yongguei said again, "Brother Run, you fished out my senior brother's corpse from the sea and buried him. I admire you very much. I'll take this opportunity to toast you on behalf of my senior brother." After speaking, he drank it in one gulp. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and still put the cup to her mouth. Bai Yongguei poured the wine and was about to speak again when Chai Feng spoke first. "That, Brother Run, I'll also toast to you. The sea is vast, and there are still many days. If there is anything that I did not take care of you well, please forgive me." After speaking, he raised his cup and drank it. He's not a bad man. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and raised his glass to taste it again. Bai Yongguei looked at Chai Feng with dissatisfaction and said to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, "Brother Run, if you are full, I have something to tell you." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile, "Hero Bai and Hero Chai have already toasted me a few times. I'll also return the favor and toast to Hero Bai." After speaking, she floated up and exerted force on her feet. Her body shot out like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Bai Yongguei. Before Bai Yongguei could react, she raised her cup and said, "Come, Hero Bai, please drink this cup." In an instant, everyone was shocked. Bai Yongguei was not the only one who was stunned. looking at the wine cup that suddenly appeared in front of him and Zhang Xiaohua's smiling face. He had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The rest of the people were even more surprised. A few of them lost their composure and suddenly stood up, wanting to draw their swords from their waists. Chai Feng was surprised, but reacted quickly. He immediately coughed and said that, "Senior brother Bai, cough, cough, senior brother Bai." Bai Yongguei seemed to have woken up from a dream. He hurriedly stood up, and even a wine cup on the table almost spilled. Zhang Xiaohua's hand was as fast as lightning. She immediately held the wine cup and handed it to Bai Yongguei. She smiled and said, "Hero Bai, you don't have to be so polite. You can sit down." Bai Yongguei said awkwardly, There's no need. Since Brother Ren came to propose a toast, of course I have to stand up." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Hero Bai, you are too polite. Please." After speaking, she raised her cup to her lips and returned to her seat with a smile. Bai Yongguei looked at the wine cup in his hand. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and drank it. After that, the atmosphere in the cabin immediately became oppressive. The rest of the people looked at Bai Yongguei and Zhang Xiaohua with uncertain expressions. They didn't know what to do next. Zhang Xiaohua looked and asked, "Hero Bai, didn't you have something to tell me just now? May I ask what it is?" Bai Yongguei seemed to be infected. He also coughed twice and said, "It's nothing big. It's just that we still have a long time on land. If there's anything, just tell us. Little brother, you have lived alone on a deserted island for so many years. If there's anything you're not used to, just tell us. Please tell us." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and thanked him. "Then I thank Hero Bai. I'm used to living alone on a deserted island. I can't adapt to a crowded place for a while. In the future, I won't come down to eat. Please take care of me." After speaking, she cupped her hands at everyone. At this time, everyone no longer had the playful expression from before. They all stood up and said that they didn't dare. Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I just got out of trouble. My body is really weak. I have to leave first. Please enjoy your meal." After speaking, she cupped her hands and left the cabin. In fact, when he came out, he wanted to say, "Hero Bai, the road on the deserted island is uneven. I hope the road on the sea can be smooth." But after thinking about it, he felt that his lightness skill must have been enough to subdue this guy. So, he didn't intend to draw legs on a snake. Back in the cabin, Zhang Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense as before. He believed that if people weren't too stupid, they wouldn't have any ideas about him. Of course, if there was really someone who didn't know what to do, he wouldn't be lenient. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and cultivated for a moment. Then, he took out 2 primordial stones from his arms, one in each hand. Then his right hand made a gesture and kept changing. He drew out the primordial chi from the primordial stones and hid it on the 4 walls of the cabin. He didn't stop until his forehead was sweating. This was the result of Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of restriction and formation. He could barely set up some simple restriction to protect himself. After setting up the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua held the primordial stones in his hand and closed his eyes to cultivate. Chapter 309. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, waved his hand coolly and left. Everyone in the cabin was left speechless. The fellow sufferers of Shinrong's sect looked at each other, not knowing what to say. That's right, in their eyes, this was just an ordinary boatman, an ant-like thing that they could crush with just a stretch of their hands. However, when they stretched out their hands, they suddenly realized that what was revealed in front of them was only a small toe, and what they saw was only a blurry leg. As for his entire strength, please, they didn't even have the time to see it clearly. At this time, Junior Brotherly opened his mouth and said, "Senior Brother Bai, I see that this youth is only about 15 years old. Even if he is a disciple of a famous sect, he would start practicing Nigong at the age of 4 or 5. At most, it would take 10 years. Based on what Senior Brother said this afternoon, this guy was only taught by a fellow martial artist. Even if he is lying, he has only practiced Nigong for 5 or 6 years. I estimate that his strength is only in Qinggong. If we really fight, he will definitely not be our opponent. Another lean man also shouted, "Yes, senior brother, he is only one person. We have more than 10 brothers. Why should we be afraid of him?" Chai Feng curled his lips and said, "Bullying the weak with the strong, bullying the weak with the many." Bai Yongui frowned and said, "Everything should be done in the sect. How can we worry about such small matters?" Another person asked, "That's right, senior brother Bai. Can you confirm that this youth only knows Qin Gong and doesn't know any other martial arts?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's words on the deserted island suddenly appeared in Bai Yonggui's mind. "Two heroes, be careful. There are a lot of stones on the ground. Don't be like me. You must pay attention to your feet. Don't sprain your ankle." When he said this, wasn't he going to sneak attack him from behind? Could it be? Could it be that he already knew? He purposely used the corpse to block my sword? In an instant, a layer of sweat appeared on Bai Yonggui's forehead. His heart felt weak, and he felt cold. If that's the case, then isn't this youth very scary? Seeing that Bai Yonggui's expression was not right, the lean man said, "Senior brother Bai, what's wrong? Are you scared? You were just careless just now. If you were really facing an enemy, how could you let him get close to you?" Bai Yonggui looked at everyone in the hall and rolled his eyes. He smiled and said, "It's fine. Brothers, I was just careless just now. What junior brother you said makes sense. How about this? We'll hand this difficult task to junior brother you." He then rubbed his chin and said, "Junior martial brother you, if you can handle this matter well, I will definitely tell the truth in front of the sect leader and give you the greatest credit. What do you think?" When the lean man heard this, he was overjoyed. He immediately stood up and said, "Senior Bai, are you telling the truth?" Bai Yonggui smiled and said, "We're brothers. Why would I lie to you?" "Junior martial brother, you said. Well said. Since it's like this, I'll go and bring that guy's head over to accompany senior martial brother Bai's wine." As he spoke, he was about to leave his seat. At this time, a short and fat man beside him hurriedly tugged at his clothes and gave him a look. Junior brother Yu was not an impulsive person. Seeing the junior brother who was close to him give him a hint, his heart trembled. He then looked at the other senior brothers and found that they all had an indifferent look on their faces. Some of them even had ridicule in their eyes. He immediately understood what was going on. He stopped walking and smiled apologetically. "Senior brother Bai, I think it's better to forget about it. This little brother came out this time only to help senior brother. You could eat the meat, but you can give this little brother some soup to drink. This merit should be decided by senior brother. This little brother will just wave the flag and shout from the side to support you." Bai Yonggui said unhappily, "Junior martial brother Yu's words are wrong. The sect leader has said that no matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it can catch mice, it's a good cat. It doesn't matter if you're a senior martial brother or a junior martial brother. As long as you can contribute to the sect, you're a good disciple. I'm only bringing you out. The reward will still depend on your performance. I won't block your path for myself. I think I'll leave this matter to you." Junior martial brother Yu hurriedly said, "Senior martial brother Bai is too modest. I've always followed senior martial brother's lead. This time, I won't steal senior martial brother's glory. Right? If senior martial brother isn't willing to lower yourself to do it, I think junior martial brotherly should do it. He's already seen through this youth's strength and must have a card up his sleeve." When junior martial brotherly heard this, he was greatly angered and thought to himself, "This bastard is really hateful. I was just casually flattering senior martial brother Bai. You're the one who stood up to take credit, but when you see that the wind is blowing in the wrong direction, you push it to me? Who doesn't know that the youth's Qin Gong is powerful and that he can easily get close to us? If he has a long sword in his hand, his swings and thrusts will catch us off guard." Even senior martial brother Bai, with his high martial arts, fell for it, let alone us. If he really gets angry and wants to fight to the death, he'll definitely be able to drag a few of us down with him. This is still a situation where we're surrounded. If it's one-on-one, wouldn't the situation be even worse? Who would be stupid to be a bird that sticks its head out like this? Then he immediately stood up and said, "Senior martial brother Yu, I'm only making a logical judgment. Senior martial brother doesn't need to take it seriously. Just treat it as a fart. Moreover, Senior Marshal Brother Yu is my Senior Marshal Brother, and Senior Marshal Brother Bai is my Senior Marshal Brother. If Senior Marshal Brother Yu isn't willing to steal Senior Marshal Brother Bai's credit, how could I dare to steal Senior Marshal Brother Yu's credit? In my opinion, it's better for Senior Marshal Brother Yu to go. How could Junior Marshal Brother Yu go? He had no choice but to brace himself and recommend a few more people. As for those who were recommended, they were angry that they were recommended, and all of them were pushed back. In short, no one was willing to face Zhang Xiaohua's ghost-like Qinggong again. Bai Yongguwei watched for a long time and secretly frowned. He coughed and said, Junior Marshal Brothers, to serve the faction leader, even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, you can't even frown. How can you shirk your responsibilities like this? Hearing this, all the Junior Marshal Brothers were overjoyed and said in unison, if that's the case, then Senior Marshal Brother Bai must personally take action. Bai Yongguwei's face reddened and said, this is an important matter. It's better for us to discuss it again. We must have a foolproof plan before we can take action. What do you think, brothers? Everyone laughed and said, that's how it should be. Chai Feng also watched for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, Senior Marshal Brother Bai, Junior Marshal Brothers, although this matter is important, we still have a long journey ahead of us. There's no need to rush. It's already late, so everyone should rest early and discuss it again tomorrow. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone stood up and cupped their hands before returning to their cabins. After the sailors finished cleaning up, they served fragrant tea. The two of them took a sip before Chai Feng said, Senior Marshal Brother Bai, it seems that we have a hot potato in our hands. Bai Yongguwei felt the same and nodded. Junior Marshal Brother, did you also think of the words Ren Xiaoyao said on the deserted island? Yes, Senior Marshal Brother. Now that I think about it, there was a hidden meaning in those words. If it's really as we guessed, then this youngster's martial arts are far from what we can compare to. Perhaps only us Junior Marshal Brothers can take action together. Junior Marshal Brother, are you not insisting on sending him to land and letting him leave safely? Chai Feng said, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Junior Marshal Brother is still willing to abide by the maxim and send him to land. However, Junior Marshal Brother isn't an inflexible person. If this youngster doesn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, then he must have no connection with Jianghu. If he returns to land, then he'll just mix in with the common people and probably won't leak any information about us. However, this youngster's martial arts are so strong that he might have some connection with some sect or sect. If he returns, then he might leak the information about the sheepskin scroll. I know that sect leader doesn't want the people of Jianghu to know that it was our Xian Rong sect that gained the benefits. Therefore, I feel that this youngster shouldn't be left alone. Bai Yongguwei smiled. Then Junior Marshal Brother also agrees to silence him? Then let's properly discuss how we should act. Chai Feng shook his head and said, Senior Marshal Brother Bai, it's not necessary to silence him to seal the information. This youngster only got involved by chance and doesn't know the details. Why don't we invite him to our sect and let him stay for a period of time? It won't be too late to let him out after the storm dies down. What do you think? Bai Yongguwei shook his head and said, only the dead can keep secrets. This is what sect leader often teaches us. Junior Marshal Brother, how could you forget? Moreover, this guy's martial arts are so strong that he might be a spy from another sect. If we bring him back and there's a problem, wouldn't we be inviting a wolf into the house? I think Junior Marshal Brother's idea is too conservative. Chai Feng sneered. Then Senior Marshal Brother Bai, what do you think we should do? This youngster's Qinggong is superb. Although I don't know how good his other martial arts are. Just today's move alone shocked everyone present. The other Junior Marshal Brothers don't dare to face him alone. I think that even if we surround him, no one will dare to be the first to attack him. Bai Yongguwei was also helpless. He didn't want to be the first to attack, let alone the others. At this time, he suddenly said, Junior Marshal Brother, why don't we secretly make a move while this guy is asleep? What do you think? Secretly make a move? Chai Feng snorted and said, didn't you see how careful he was? He didn't even eat a few mouthfuls of the banquet. It was as if he was afraid of putting something in the dishes. He has lived on the sea for many years and has seen many things. Believe it or not, he definitely won't sleep peacefully tonight. Who knows? He might even be waiting for us to come. Thinking about Zhang Xiaohua's performance just now, Bai Yonggui couldn't help but agree with Chai Feng's opinion. For the time being, he dismissed the idea of a night attack. Regarding Zhang Xiaohua, this youngster who he didn't know the depth of his martial arts, he didn't want to be in a hurry to shed all pretense of cordiality. Along the way, there was still plenty of time and opportunities. It was better to first stabilize this guy. Maybe an opportunity would appear, and he would be able to dispose of him without shedding a drop of blood. Thus, the two chatted for a while before returning to their cabins to rest. Chapter 310. For the next few days, the elite disciples of the Exian Rong sect continued to stare at each other, unable to come up with any good ideas. After all, they had never practiced a siege formation. If they were to attack like a swarm of bees, no one could guarantee that they would be able to completely dodge the youth's outstanding Qinggong. Even if they had been taught to give up for the sake of everyone in the sect, who would be willing to give up their lives in front of a real situation? As for Zhang Xiaohua, it was just as Chai Feng had expected. He was really an experienced sea runner. Ever since he met everyone for the first time, he did not show his face again. All of his daily food needs were sent to the cabin by the sailors. Bai Yonggui had invited him a few times, wanting to find out more about him, but he had been rejected with the excuse that he had just left the deserted island and was not feeling well. Even when the sailors delivered food, they only ate a little bit of staple food and drank a little bit of water. The rest of the meat and fish were not touched at all. This also destroyed the thoughts of some people who wanted to poison the food. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already abstained from eating, so it did not matter if he ate or not. However, if he really did not eat or drink in front of the people of the Exian Rome sect for a few days, then he might really be seen as a monster. They might even take advantage of his hunger and thirst to kill him. Wouldn't that disrupt his plan of hiding his strength? Zhang Xiaohua also really did not want to fall out with the people of the Exian Rome sect before they returned to land. The more Zhang Xiaohua acted like a hedgehog that no one could bite, the more Chai Feng felt that his judgment was correct. He was just an innocent sea runner. On the other hand, Bai Yonggui was even more anxious. The supplies on the ship were limited, so he could not delay the ship from docking. Once the ship docked, he would have no reason to force the ship to stay. When that time came, they could only fight. Therefore, on this vast sea, on this ship, a very delicate balance was formed. However, the two sides of this balance were exceptionally passive and proactive. The reason why the Exian Rome sect was passive was because they could not come up with an effective method that would not harm themselves. On the other hand, they had two different voices. One was to silence the other, and the other was to send him to the sect. Although these two businesses were to prevent information from leaking out, the process and results of the implementation were completely different. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua took the initiative was that although he knew that the Exian Rong sect had evil intentions towards him, he only wanted to take the ship back to land. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, as long as I am careful and don't give you a chance, I don't believe that you will never reach land. And when you reach land, haha. Of course, the main reason why Zhang Xiaohua took the initiative was because of his powerful martial arts. The people of the Exian Rong sect had only seen his superb Qinggong and did not know the depth of his martial arts. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew clearly that even if he used his Qinggong to fight with them with a small sword in his hand, these people would definitely not be able to harm a single hair on his body. Not to mention, as long as he stayed in the cabin and used his divine sense to drive the small sword, he would be able to kill people like a ghost. Since the balance of power was in his hands, Zhang Xiaohua naturally led a carefree life. His cultivation was similar to when he was on the deserted island. However, in order to maintain an abundance of essential qi and deal with any unexpected situations, he temporarily stopped cultivating the blood of jade elixir core. When he cultivated at night, he placed restrictions all over his body to prevent himself from being ambushed when he was unconscious at midnight. In addition to comprehending the restrictions and formations, Zhang Xiaohua also took out a large amount of time to carefully read the first jade slip that Fire Dragon Jinren had left behind. This jade slip contained a lot of common knowledge about cultivation and a large amount of basic spells. When he was on the deserted island, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to waste time on these things. After all, it had nothing to do with cultivation. However, now that he was about to step into the pugilistic world, where martial arts reigned supreme, if he only had an unparalleled essential chi but did not know how to use it, wouldn't he be as stupid as a rich man who had a treasure house but did not know how to use it? After another 10 days, although he still did not see the shadow of land, he could often see the shadow of some ships in the distance. In his heart, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the land was not far away. This day, when it was close to noon, Zhang Xiaohua once again politely declined by Yonggui's invitation. He simply drank some water and ate some food. Then, he released his divine sense and covered the entire ship. In the cabin, seeing Bai Yonggui walking in, Junior Brotherly went forward and asked, "Senior Brother Bai, is that guy still not coming down?" "Yes, he seems to have sensed something. No matter what, he does not even take half a step out. Could it be that our actions have made him suspicious?" "Nonsense. What actions have we taken? We're just discussing countermeasures together. He does not have clairvoyance and clairvoyance. How could he know what we are doing?" Senior Brother Bai is right. This guy is a cunning little fox, a coward. He immediately hid when he sensed the slightest movement and did not dare to come out again. He only ate so little. Even if we poison him, it would not work. How about we not send him water and food? What do you think? AI, do you think I don't want to? But even if we don't send him water, do you think he does not know where we put it? He does not step out of his room. How would he know? If I say you're stupid, then you're stupid. If you had such a high qigong, wouldn't you take advantage of the night to observe below the deck? This youth was born as a sea runner. In this aspect, he is more proficient than us. So, even if we don't send him food, won't he find it himself? So, after thinking about it, there are only 2 paths. Bai Yonggui said with a gloomy face. 2 paths. Senior Brother Bai is truly brilliant. This lowly one is full of admiration. Even after racking my brains, I could not come up with even half an idea. Look at you, you're giving us 2 paths in one go. This lowly one is all ears. One of them flattered Bai Yonggui with a charming smile. Bai Yonggui was not in the mood to be flattered. He looked at the person angrily and said, "If you can't think of anything, don't be anxious. As long as you follow my plan, you will also be a good disciple of our Exine Rome sect." The person shrunk his neck and felt that something was wrong. However, he still smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Brother Bai, please tell me. Let's see if I have the ability." Bai Yonggui looked around at everyone and said, "The first option is for us to surround his cabin and find 2 people to rush in through the door and window to attract his attention. Then, the others will rush in from these 2 places. Isn't this bastard's Qing Gong powerful? Let's just stay in that cabin and make sure he doesn't have any space to move. I don't believe that we can't kill him." After he finished speaking, he pointed at the person who had just flattered him and said, "You, go in through the door. If you can successfully kill him, I will give you the merit." When that person heard this, his expression changed. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Bai, you must be joking. This little brother's martial arts are low, so it's better for me to help from the back. It's better to give this important opportunity to someone else." Bai Yonggui laughed coldly. He looked at the people who did not dare to look him in the eyes. He said angrily, "Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Now is the time when the Exine Rome sect needs you." At this time, someone whispered, "Senior Brother Bai, why don't you be the first to rush in?" Bai Yonggui asked loudly, Who said that?" Seeing that no one responded, he said, "Of course I am willing to be the first to rush in. However, as the saying goes, an army cannot be without a general. I still have to stay in the middle to ensure the successful completion of this operation. This young man is just an insignificant ripple. There are more and more important things that I need to do." "What about the second option?" someone asked. Bai Yonggui smiled and looked at the person, This second option is something that I have discussed with your senior brother Chai for a long time. It can be considered a foolproof plan. Eh? Everyone's eyes lit up. They were all very surprised. Our main purpose for going out to sea this time was to find the sheepskin scroll. Now that we have successfully completed our mission, I believe that the rewards from the sect will not be small. This young man who ran out to sea was just an accident. Preventing him from leaking information is a very professional job and should be left to the experts. I think, should we send the news back to the sect and let the sect leader send a specialist to solve this problem? When everyone heard this, they all clapped and said, "Good, very good." Bai Yongguei seemed to have expected this result and said, "Since everyone has agreed, then let's take it as a collective decision made by the dozen of us. Junior Brother Li, I'll leave this matter to you." Time is ticking by, and we should only be a few days away from Songluo City, right? Junior Brother Yu hurriedly replied, reporting to Senior Brother Bai, "It is only 2 or 3 days away." "Good. Then tell the sailors to slow down the ship. If necessary, we could take a detour. But Senior Brother Bai, the supplies on our ship are not enough. If we encounter a storm, we may not be able to safely reach the shore." Bai Yongguei glared at him and said, "No matter what, we have to hold on until we receive a reply from the sect. Otherwise, we may have made this trip in vain." Junior Brotherly saw this and said, "Okay, Senior Brother Bai, I will immediately send a message to the sect." Bai Yongguei nodded, indicating that he should quickly go and do it. Not long after Junior Marshal Brotherly entered the deck, a bird that was a lot bigger than a pigeon, but a bit smaller than a falcon flew out from a small window. That bird circled above the ship a few times, and after determining the direction, it flew in a certain direction. Junior Brotherly watched with satisfaction as the bird flew away. Only then did he close the window and return to the cabin to report. However, just as he closed the window, a black light flew out from the cabin on the second floor. It flew like lightning towards the bird in the distance. Chapter 3:11. That black light was the small sword driven by Zhang Xiaohua. Although the bird flew very quickly, the small sword was even faster, and in a short while, it had caught up. The bird seemed to have sensed its pursuers and immediately increased its speed. As if it had been trained for a long time, it flew up, down, left, and right, as if it was trying to shake off the small sword. Unfortunately, the small sword had been through a battle with a wild seabird, and how could it be shaken off by this bird? In a short moment, the small sword was pressed against the bird's neck, and if it exerted a little more force, it would be stabbed to death. At this moment, the small sword suddenly shook off the bird, and with a turn, it flew back like a bolt of lightning. The bird had just escaped death and gave a loud cry. Once it had identified the direction, it flapped its wings and hurriedly escaped from this sad place. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had been enveloping the entire ship, and he had seen Bai Yongguei and the others discussing how to deal with him. However, he did not have clairvoyant ears and did not know what they were talking about. When he saw Junior Brother Li going below the deck to write a note, he naturally paid close attention to it. Unfortunately, what he wrote was a mess, and even though he was used to reading ancient texts, he could not understand it. It was only when Junior Brother Li released the bird that he felt that the note might be unfavorable to him, and without hesitation, he released his flying sword with the intention of intercepting the bird midway. But the moment he made his move, he hesitated. Who knew if what was written on the note was related to him? He was only playing the role of a young boy who was running on the sea. It was just that he happened to be on the deserted island at the right time. The skills he showed on the first day were enough to frighten them. Moreover, along the way, he didn't see them pick up their weapons and do anything to him. Was he being too careful? Furthermore, he did not understand the contents of the note. If this note was related to matters regarding the ship's docking, and he had intercepted it, the Xianrong clan would not be able to receive the information on the note, and if it delayed the ship's docking, wouldn't he be painting feet on a snake? Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Xiaohua decided to withdraw her flying sword and stay still. Junior Brother Li didn't know that his actions of writing the note and releasing the birds had been seen clearly by others. Their birds, which they thought were very secretive, were almost intercepted by others. They even happily returned to the cabin and reported to Bai Yong-gue. When everyone heard that the bird had flown out, they all felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off their shoulders. They laughed and chatted for a while, recalling the hardships they had gone through on this voyage and looking forward to the rewards they would receive when they returned. Only then did they all return to cultivate. Zhang Xiaohua watched as everyone laughed and chatted happily for a while before dispersing as usual. They didn't come up with any weapons. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that she was thinking too much? The ship traveled on the sea for another 3 days. During this time, the ship's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Sometimes it would even constantly change directions. Bai Yong-gue was very nervous. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would come out of the cabin and question him. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was not the youth that he claimed to be. This guy had no sense of direction. When he was at sea, he couldn't even tell north from south. How would he know that the ship was going in circles? Even if it was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, he would only think that it was normal. These days, because they had often encountered ships that signaled with flags, Zhang Xiaohua knew that they were getting closer and closer to the shore day by day. He became more and more cautious. Other than cultivating at night, his divine sense enveloped the entire ship. When he saw Bai Yong-gue's anxious expression, he thought that he was waiting for orders from a sect. He was secretly glad that he didn't hunt down the bird that was sending the message. Sure enough, on this day, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense moved, and the bird returned safely. After receiving Junior Marshal Brother Li's report, Bai Yong-gue's face revealed a smile. Then, he called all his fellow disciples to the cabin for a meeting. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate. Her body floated out of the window, and along the outside wall of the ship, she slid down to the side of the cabin. She straightened her ears and listened attentively. The cabin where the disciples of Xian Rong's sect discussed matters was in the middle of the deck. Usually, many sailors would pass by here. Zhang Xiaohua had the idea of eavesdropping before, but she gave up when she saw that it was easy to be discovered. Today, however, was different. First, the sailors were tired from the journey, so there weren't many people passing by. Zhang Xiaohua could monitor with her divine sense, so she could discover them in time and have time to hide. Second, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to know what was written on the note and whether it was related to her. Sure enough, when all the senior and junior brothers had gathered in the cabin, Bai Yong-gue smiled and waved the slip of paper in his hand. Junior brothers, I just received a message from the sect today. The sect leader is very pleased that we were able to find the things we wanted. He has decided that when we return to the sect, he will reward us heavily. From the sect leader's words, this reward seems to be beyond our expectations. Moreover, the sect leader didn't complain that we brought someone back. He even followed our suggestion, and just as he said this, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense moved. 2 sailors turned around from the back of the ship. Zhang Xiaohua quickly jumped up and disappeared from her window. She waited for the 2 sailors to pass by before she came back down. At this time, Bai Yong-gue said, when the ship docks, we will cooperate with the 2 masters to take down this guy. The sect leader, said that in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, he specially invited a master with outstanding qigong. There will definitely be no problem. Fellow junior martial brothers, when the time comes, we will just surround him. As for the rest, the 2 masters will take care of it. We just need to take the credit. Everyone said, Senior Marshal Brother Bai's plan is good. Little brother admires it. Bai Yong-gue waited for everyone to finish speaking before he said, Fellow junior martial brothers, we will soon arrive at Pingning Port. The sect leader instructed us to dock at an abandoned pier. The 2 masters will probably arrive on time. Everyone should go back for the time being. Have a good rest and recuperate your true qi. When the time comes, we will do our best for the foundation of the sect. Everyone stood up and said, It is our duty to dedicate ourselves to the cause of the sect. Only then did everyone go back. Bai Yong-gue called out to Junior Marshal Brother Yu and said, Junior Marshal Brother Yu, inform the sailors that there is no need to take a detour or slow down. From now on, speed up to Pingning Port. Junior Marshal Brother Yu complied and left. When there was no one in the cabin, Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Just as she was about to return to the cabin, she heard someone talking inside. She heard Chai Feng say worriedly, "Senior Marshal Brother Bai, did the sect leader say how to deal with this Ren Xiaoyao? Will we capture him and bring him back to the sect, or kill him on the spot?" Bai Yongguei sneered and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Chai, you should put away your conscience. Although you and I made a poison oath on the deserted island, the oath only said that we will safely send this guy to land. It didn't say what we will do when we arrive on land." Chai Feng was speechless. After a moment, he said, "At that time, I didn't think too much about it. I just felt that this boy was innocent for getting involved in this muddy water." Innocent? There are many innocent people in this world. Since he came across Tan Wu's corpse, it means that this is heaven's will. If he doesn't take out Tan Wu's corpse, won't he not get involved? But if he doesn't dig out the corpse, will Senior Marshal Brother Bai let him on the ship? Hee about that? Who knows? If that's the case, won't he end up the same way whether he hands over the corpse or not? Bai Yongguei seemed to tacitly agree with Chai Feng's words. He didn't refute them, but his voice was a little loud as he said, "Aren't I doing this for the sake of the Xianrong sect? If this news spreads to Jianghu, won't we end up like the Tan family? We chased Tan Wen and Tan Wu for several years, and they died in a foreign land. Don't tell me you want us to end up like them?" Chai Feng immediately shook his head and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Bai, I don't have any other thoughts. I just feel that this boy is being treated unjustly. He has already delivered what we want, yet we still have to kill him." Bai Yongguei sneered again. "Put away your senseless pity. Do you know why the sect leader gave you a death order to listen to me this time? Isn't it because of your indecisiveness? If it weren't for you last time, we would have killed and captured Tan Wu on Yinming Mountain. How could we have let him escape overseas?" Chai Feng heaved a long sigh and didn't say anything else. Bai Yongguei didn't let him go and said, "Don't think that you can extricate yourself from this. Are you afraid of your own oath? Don't forget that when we were on the deserted island, you were the same as me. You also attacked that boy at the same time. If that boy kills you out of hatred, you won't be able to escape." Chai Feng said angrily, "Senior Marshal Brother Bai, isn't that because you used the sect leader's hint to force me?" After he finished speaking, he was about to rush out of the door. Bai Yongguei stepped forward and grabbed him. "Junior Marshal Brother Chai, listen to me. This Jianghu has always been a place of mutual deception. There is no mercy. With your character, if you weren't under the protection of the sect, you would have lost your life long ago. Do you know why we only benefited from the Tan family's matter?" When Chai Feng heard this, he couldn't help but become curious and said, "I know my character's shortcomings. I'm very trusting, indecisive, and don't like to hurt people. I'm not cut out for the Jianghu. However, we grew up in the sect. If we don't mingle in the Jianghu, how can we make a living? And what is the relationship between my character and the Tan family?" Zhang Xiaohua's gossipy heart was also greatly aroused. Just as he was about to listen carefully, another sailor passed by. He had no choice but to return to the cabin and wait for the sailor to pass before coming down. Although Zhang Xiaohua secretly cursed this guy for interrupting his story, he also knew that the number of sailors had decreased because they were about to reach the shore. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to stay outside the window for even a moment. Sure enough, Bai Yongguei, who was in the cabin, had already started talking. "I also happened to find out from a senior marshal brother who was in charge of intelligence that our Xianrong sect had already noticed the Tan family's strange movements 5 or 6 years ago. We had already begun to make arrangements and gather relevant information. However, the Tan family was a large martial family. Outsiders rarely entered, so it was extremely difficult to find out any information. Only one of the senior marshal brother's disciples, who disguised himself as a jade shopkeeper, was able to establish a little bit of contact with a young master of the Tan family who liked jade. Chapter 312. Chai Feng didn't understand and asked, "What does this have to do with my personality?" Bai Yongge ignored him and continued. "This Tan family's third young master became familiar with our shopkeeper after a while, and our shopkeeper happened to have a cousin who was as beautiful as a flower in jade. Tell me, how could this Tan family's third young master not fall into the trap?" Although this Tan family's third young master didn't like women, the temptation of having a close female friend was always there. People don't always say that it's enough to have a close friend. If it's a close female friend, it's even rarer. This Tan family's third young master also thought that his luck was against heaven's will to meet a close friend who could talk to him. He gradually became defensive, and in the end, he told him everything he knew. He almost told him that he wet his bed when he was 3 years old. Unfortunately, this third young Master Tan is a good-for-nothing disciple of the family. Above him are the eldest young master and second young master, both of whom are elites of their time. However, even though the information he provided was limited, it still allowed the gang leader to obtain a lot of useful information. Let's not talk about the Tan family obtaining the sheepskin scroll. The gang leader had no choice but to report it. However, no one would have thought that the sheepskin scroll was hidden in Tan Wen and Tan Wu's bodies. These two are only side branches of the Tan family. When the Tan family was exterminated, they were lucky enough to escape the calamity. When everyone else thought that the sheepskin scroll was destroyed in the sea of fire and became a mystery, only our gang leader knew in his heart. What does this mean? It means that in Jianghu, where the weak are prey to the strong, there is no trust that can be trusted. Even if you think of a close friend, he may betray you for some benefit or even deliberately approach you. That Tan family's third young master still doesn't know that he's just a backup plan left behind by the gang leader. He still thinks that he got the help of his close female friend and escaped the disaster. Chai Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe it's better not to know. He lives in a world arranged by others. Maybe it's better for him to live." "Then what about you? Junior Chai, you still have to muddle along in Jianghu," Bai Yonggue said sarcastically. Chai Feng squeezed out a smile and said, "I know Senior Bai is doing this for my own good, but a leopard can't change its spots. Maybe it's like this in this life. Many thanks for Senior Apprentice Brother's guidance. I also need to take a rest. The ship is about to reach the shore." With that, he cupped his fists and left the cabin. Bai Yonggue waited for him to walk to the door before saying, "The decision to kill or capture that young man alive is not in our hands. We'll wait until we reach the shore and see what the two masters decide." When Chai Feng heard this, he shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything. He continued to walk out without stopping. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the song had ended and the crowd had dispersed, so he also slipped back into the cabin. At first, he hated Bai Yonggue to the bone and was prepared to find an opportunity to kill him when they reached the shore. However, after hearing Bai Yonggue's heartfelt words to Chai Feng, his heart was moved. From their point of view, killing me to silence me may be the best way. If I spread the news that they have obtained the sheepskin scroll, their Xianrong faction will probably end up like the Tan family. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself, but his heart moved. Could it be I am also an indecisive person? I'm also not suited to dawdling in Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua took out a small sword from his bosom. The small sword flew a few times in the air before flying straight out the window and into the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile as he muttered to himself, "Perhaps." This night was destined to be a peaceful night. Not only was the sea calm and the moon bright, but the entire ship was also incomparably quiet under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. The sailors were busy with their own things. The disciples of the Xianrong faction were also sitting cross-legged in meditation. Only a few idle old sailors were leaning against the ship's railing and humming an unknown nostalgic song. Zhang Xiaohua knew that tonight would be his last night at sea. Although it seemed that Bai Yonggue and the others would definitely not do anything to him tonight, he did not dare to be careless. He still carefully set up an exquisite restriction around himself before closing his eyes to cultivate in peace. After these days of practice, the inhibition was placed smoothly and almost smoothly. To be honest, Zhang Xiaohua had already learned these inhibition when he was on the deserted island. He had also casually used them in the cave. It was easy to use then and was not as strenuous as now. Therefore, he thought that he had learned them very well. However, when he was in a strange cabin and tried to use them, he found that it was not the case. Perhaps in the cave, the primordial qi was more abundant, so it was easier to set up the inhibition. The primordial qi on the sea is much thinner. It is somewhat strenuous to rely only on the primordial qi in the meridians. The primordial qi drawn from the primordial stone is not as smooth as the primordial qi of heaven and earth. As the saying goes, practice is the only standard to test the truth. It really makes sense. Fortunately, I've been comprehending the inhibition, so I can successfully set up the inhibition under difficult conditions. Moreover, the training under these difficult conditions has also allowed me to have a deeper understanding of the inhibition. One's sweat, one's harvest. The ancients did not lie. Before falling asleep, Zhang Xiaohua was quite gratified. By Yonggui's instructions, the ship went directly to the shore. When the sky was bright, the shadow of the coastline could already be seen in the distance. Of course, it was only a shadow. In Zhang Xiaohua's cognition, this shadow represented hope. This shadow meant that he was one step closer to his family. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua, who already had sailing experience, also knew that although the coastline looked very close, it was hard to say how long it would take to reach the shore. Perhaps Zhang Xiaohua was the only one who was eager to return home. In his divine sense, the people of the Xianrong faction were meditating with their eyes closed. They were accumulating their primordial qi. They probably knew that once the ship reached the shore, there would be a fierce battle. A fierce battle that they were not confident of protecting themselves. Although their opponent was only a very ordinary-looking youth, who knew who this youth would pull down as a scapegoat when he fought like a cornered beast. Zhang Xiaohua looked at their serious expressions and suddenly felt a trace of amusement in his heart. There was also a trace of a feeling of looking down on them. His heart moved. Could it be that this was the feeling of being in a high position? Yes, this is the feeling of having a card up one's sleeve. Everything is under control. Or rather, it's a feeling of transcendence. Everything has nothing to do with me. Although they are afraid of me and think of ways to control me, what about me? I see these as insignificant tricks. I see the dangerous road as a smooth road. Even the experts they invited are not in my eyes. This feeling of being in the situation but floating outside is really strange. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua understood. He did not practice the Big Dipper magical fist. He did not remove the restriction around him and closed his eyes to meditate. He had already realized that this kind of state of mind was more valuable than the Heart Sutra. The Heart Sutra could be done step by step and progress step by step, but the state of mind came too randomly. Fortunately, seeing that they were about to reach the shore, the people of the Xianrong sect also wanted to pass the last part of the journey peacefully. No one came to disturb Zhang Xiaohua. Even the sailor who delivered the food, after knocking on the cabin door for a long time, did not see anyone open it. He only placed the food at the door and ignored them. He must have received instructions from someone else. However, when evening came and the port was already in sight, Zhang Xiaohua's cabin door still did not open. Only then did the sailor panic and report it to Junior Marshal Brotherly. Junior Marshal Brotherly was also puzzled. Although Zhang Xiaohua's cabin door was usually closed, the food was always taken in. Could it be that something had happened when they were about to reach the shore? Naturally, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly went to find Bai Yonggui to discuss it. On the way back to the shore, Zhang Xiaohua was a thorn in their hearts. They could not touch him. It was not easy to get the faction leader to send experts to deal with him. If he disappeared, they would not be able to hand him over. Thus, they might end up with a bad ending. Bai Yonggui was more attentive. After hearing the report, he wasn't in a hurry to see what was going on. He first asked the sailors about the situation last night. After knowing that there weren't any ships that passed by, he was relieved. He smiled and said to everyone, since there weren't any ships that passed by last night, Then this young man must still be in the cabin. He used to hide in the cabin, so he must have seen that we're going to dock today. He's not a fool, so he naturally knows that there won't be any good results when we dock. So he hid in the cabin and thought of a countermeasure. As long as we guard carefully and don't let him escape, it will be a great merit, Junior Brotherly said uneasily. But, Senior Brother Bai, if he really is not in the cabin and we can't hand him over when we reach the shore, what should we do? Haha, that's easy. Junior Brotherly, I will give you a task. Go to the cabin and ask that little brother to come out. How about it? Oh, I also agree with Senior Brother Bai's opinion. The sea is vast, and there are no ships passing by. No matter how good his Qin Gong is, he can't be in the water and not sink. He must still be in the cabin, scratching his head. Everyone chuckled, thinking the same thing. Bai Yongui waved his hand and asked the sailor to come forward. He said, "Go to the cabin door and watch carefully." "That's right. Find another person to go to the deck and watch the window. If there are any changes, quickly report to me." The sailor saw that the others did not dare to go, so he was also timid. "It doesn't matter. He will not make things difficult for people like you. There is no harm in going." Chai Feng sighed and said. The sailor looked at him nervously and did not dare to say anything. He carefully walked away. Bai Yongui waved his hand and said, "Everyone, we are about to reach the shore. Everyone, according to the positions we discussed before, take your positions. Before the ship reaches the shore, we still have to stand on guard. Once the ship reaches the shore, When everyone heard this, their expressions turned cold. They did not dare to be careless. They quickly took their swords and went out according to the previous agreement. The port was getting closer and closer. Dusk was also approaching. Under the dusk, the deserted port looked incomparably bleak. Today, however, was different. There were already a few people standing on the shore, looking up. Chapter 3:13. This pier used to be a good harbor. Large and medium-sized ships could directly dock at the shore. It used to be very lively, but in recent years, it had become deserted, which was very strange. However, businessmen value profits. Since Pingning Port could also provide a good channel, who would care about the reason why this pier was deserted? The ship slowly approached the shore, but Zhang Xiaohua's cabin door still did not open. Bai Yongui was half happy and half worried. He was happy that the ship had finally reached the shore. Seeing that the sect leader on the shore had sent reinforcements, he could finally hand over this hot potato. He was worried that the youth with excellent Qin Gong still hadn't come out. Could it be that, as Junior Brotherly guessed, he had sneaked away last night? However, if he had to open Zhang Xiaohua's cabin door himself, he really didn't have the courage. Looking at the four people on the shore, Bai Yongui couldn't help but secretly wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. After thinking for a while, he called everyone and jumped onto the shore. There were four people standing side by side on the shore. Two of them were around 23 or 24 years old. They were wearing gray robes and hats. One of them was holding a long sword, and the other was holding a long crescent moon shovel. The two people standing on both sides were dressed in martial attire. They were about 40 years old, and all of them were holding long swords. Although the two people were old, they seemed to be very respectful to the two people in the middle. They lowered their heads and said something. Of the two people in the middle, one closed the door and didn't say anything. The other one replied occasionally. They weren't arrogant, but they were extremely indifferent. Bai Yongui led everyone to the shore. He first saluted the two young people in the middle and said, "Greetings, masters." One of them nodded, and the other still closed his eyes and ignored him. Then Bai Yongui saluted the two men in martial attire and said, "Li Deacon Shun, you came in person." The dark and fat man laughed and said, "Little Bai, don't call me Hall Master. It's better to call me Vice Hall Masterly." Bai Yongui smiled and said, "Lily is a good name. If this trip goes smoothly, I think Lily will definitely go one step further. I'm not wrong to call you that." "Good, Xiao Bai. I like what you're saying. Your contribution this time is not small. I won't forget it. Also, the people behind you will all be heavily rewarded." Hearing this, Everyone was overjoyed and cupped their fists to express their thanks. Bai Yongui took a step forward and was about to say something when he saw Lily give him a look and asked, "Xiao Bai, where is the expert you mentioned? How come I only see you guys and not that person?" This, Bai Yongui didn't know what to say. Seeing Bai Yongui hesitate, Li frowned and said, "Did he escape?" Bai Yongui hurriedly explained, "Mr. Li, it's a misunderstanding. We're keeping a close eye on him. Why would we give him a chance? That's strange. Where is he?" This, Bai Yongui pondered for a moment before taking a step forward. At this moment, the young man said impatiently, "If you have something to say it out loud. Why are you whispering?" Lily also scolded, "Xiao Bai, if you have something to say, just say it. Our Xianrong sect has nothing to hide." Bai Yongui said awkwardly, "Mr. Li, that young man didn't escape. He's just hiding in the cabin and won't come out. We don't dare to call him." Hearing this, Mr. Li's heart was as clear as a mirror. He scolded, "You bunch of useless things. If you don't even have the guts, how can you still survive in Jianghu?" However, he looked at the two young men. Seeing this, the young man seemed to understand something. He smiled and said, "Well said, Mr. Li, since your leader invited us here. Let us do this." Hearing this, Mr. Li put on a smile and said, "That's good. Then we'll have to ask the Grandmaster to do it." At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Grandmaster? Where are you Grandmasters from?" When everyone looked back, they saw an ordinary young man standing on the high bow of the ship. Seeing this, Bai Yongui hurriedly said, "Mr. Li Grandmasters, it's this young man." After saying this, he waved to the others. The others all jumped back and surrounded the dock in a semicircle. Seeing the reaction of Bai Yongui and the others, Mr. Li smiled and thought, "Not bad, children can be taught." Then, Mr. Li took a step forward and cupped his fist to Zhang Xiaohua. "Little brother, I am Xianrong Sect's Luo River Hall's Vice Hall Masterly Man. Under the order of our leader, I invite you to our sect for a while." He didn't mention Zhang Xiaohua's alias at all. It was as if he was sure that Ren Xiaoyao wasn't his name. How could Zhang Xiaohua believe him? He said in a clear voice, "Vice Hall Masterly, many thanks for your sect leader's kind intentions. However, this one has been overseas for a long time. It would be better for me to stay here for a year and a half. When I have time, I will pay a visit to your sect leader." Then, he added, "I'll remember your sect's kindness in bringing me back from the deserted island. I won't tell anyone." Zhang Xiaohua thought that the two masters invited by the Xianrong sect were elders with strong martial arts. Only now did she know that the masters were two monks. The hats on their heads were obviously to cover their bald heads. He knew that the Xianrong sect wouldn't want the sheepskin scroll to spread, so he didn't leak anything when he spoke. His words clearly told Mr. Li that he wouldn't reveal anything about the sheepskin scroll. Although Hall Master Li understood the meaning behind his words, he had received a death order. How could he dare to show any mercy to his subordinates? He could only smile and say, "Little brother, you're thinking too much. Our sect leader likes young talents the most. He was very happy when he received the news and sent me to welcome you. If you don't go, wouldn't you be letting down our sect leader's painstaking efforts?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed coldly and was about to speak. The thinner monk next to him said, "This benefactor, you should listen to Vice Hall Master Li. If you let this little monk fight, it won't be good. It won't be good if you get injured." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "If I go with you, what will you say? Will I just leave like this?" "Ahem." Mr. Li laughed dryly and said, "This, in order to show little brother's sincerity, I'll have to ask this great master to seal little brother's acupoints. Of course, it's only a few simple acupoints and won't have any effect on the body. When we arrive at the sect, we'll immediately undo little brother's acupoints. Our sect leader is also waiting to apologize to little brother and hold a welcoming banquet." "Ha ha!" Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly, as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world. The monk next to him frowned and said, "Vice Hall Master Li, why are you wasting time with him? Just directly take him down. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. Try peaceful means before resorting to force." Mr. Li explained. After Zhang Xiaohua finished laughing, she was about to speak when she heard a clamor from the side. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was a crow on a huge weeping willow on the shore. Even with so many people, the crow didn't fly away. It was a strange thing. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said loudly, "Where did this crow come from? It's so noisy, it's really unpleasant to hear." After she finished speaking, she stood up and held a long sword in her hand. From the high ship, she directly flew towards the weeping willow. Seeing this, the skinny monk's eyes lit up and praised, "Good Qinggong." At this time, the monk who had his eyes closed also opened his eyes. His eyes flashed for a moment before he closed them again. The huge weeping willow was outside the encirclement of the Xian Rong sect people. When Bai Yonggue saw Zhang Xiaohua jump out, he led everyone to follow Zhang Xiaohua's figure and flew outside. When Zhang Xiaohua landed, she was right next to the weeping willow, but she was still surrounded by people. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't nervous. Her right hand exerted force and stabbed her long sword into the ground. She looked at Mr. Li and smiled. "This crow is very noisy and always says some nonsense. Watch how I deal with it." After she finished speaking, she walked to the side of the weeping willow. She bent down and wrapped her arms around the thick trunk. The trunk was very big, and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even wrap her arms around half of it. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Rise." Then he exerted a little strength with his arms, and the ground shook. The huge weeping willow was pulled up a few inches. The weeping willow was huge, and its crown was the size of a few houses. The roots under the tree were even denser, almost covering the entire dock. Zhang Xiaohua exerted his strength, and it was tantamount to causing a small earthquake in the dock. Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to pull out the entire weeping willow. However, after pulling out a few inches, she found that the roots were too big. Although she was strong, she couldn't pull it out completely. Thus, she changed her mind and pushed. The weeping willow fell crookedly to the ground. The nest on the tree fell to the ground, and the crow naturally flew away. After pushing down the weeping willow, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, "With this, the world is finally peaceful." Seeing this scene, the dozen people from the Xian Rong sect who surrounded her were all dumbfounded. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Chapter 314. Before the thin monk could speak, the monk with his eyes closed stepped forward with the crescent moon spade in his hand and shouted, "Benefactor, you are quite strong. Let me have a taste of your strength." Zhang Xiaohua was furious when he saw this. Along the way, he had first dodged by Yonggue and Chai Feng's sneak attacks on the deserted island. Then, he had used his lightness skill to intimidate the people of the Xian Rong sect. He had even hidden in the cabin and refused to see them. Just now, he had used his strength to pull out the weeping willow. He had endured it again and continuously intimidated them. He wanted to tell them that he was not afraid of them. He just did not want to cause trouble and wanted to go home quietly. But what about the people of Xian Rong sect? Since they failed to silence him, they asked for help. They even let him seal their acupoints and go with them. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. The people of the Xian Rong sect were shocked when they saw how much effort he put in to topple the tree. Now this monk was standing up for them. It seemed like they wouldn't give up until they hit a wall. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't know that Lord Ma had 3 eyes. Zhang Xiaohua watched the monk walk into the encirclement and sneered. "Since you want to fight, let's fight. First, introduce yourself." The monk held the crescent moon spade and said proudly, "This monk is from the Dalan Temple, Yuan Shan." Dalan Temple? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He did not know much about Jianghu. When he heard the monk, the first thing he thought of was the Dalan Temple. However, isn't the Dalan Temple a famous sect in Jianghu? Why is it involved with the Xian Rong sect? Killing people and robbing them of their treasures is obviously despised by Jianghu. Why is the Dalan Temple involved? However, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He did not care whether he was from the Dalan Temple or the Shaolin Temple. When Yuan Shan came over with the crescent moon spade, he laughed and said, "Good, good, good." After that, he pulled out the long sword that was stuck in the ground beside him and leaped forward. He raised his sword and slashed downwards. He shouted, "Monkey not, eat my sword." Zhang Xiaohua had only learned the nameless swordsmanship. If he used a sword that weighed thousands of kilograms, he would be able to lift it as if it was light, but it would lose its lightness. Zhang Xiaohua had not learned any other swordsmanship. However, since the pulsatilla could use a soft sword to chop, why couldn't he use a long sword? Of course, this move of his was very similar to the mountain splitting strike. Monk Yuan Shan saw that Zhang Xiaohua's sword was coming at him, and his body was full of openings. He originally wanted to use the crescent moon shovel to greet the openings on his body, but when he heard the sound of the sword whistling through the air, he knew that even if he succeeded in one move, when the sword reached his body, his brain would inevitably burst open. His heart could not help but tremble. With a loud shout, he actually raised the crescent moon shovel with both hands and welcomed Zhang Xiaohua's sword. In Yuan Shan's mind, his crescent moon spade, which was as thick as a duck's egg, was naturally an advantage. He estimated that the long sword would be retracted before it reached his head. However, at that moment, the long sword and the crescent moon spade collided. At first, when Yuan Shan saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not retract his move, he was secretly delighted. Although the long sword was still a sword embryo and had not been sharpened, how could it be compared with his crescent moon spade? Wouldn't it be knocked away by him? However, in an instant, an extremely abundant and huge force that he had never encountered before came from the crescent moon spade in his hand. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Yuan Shan's eyes widened and his face turned ashen. He clenched his teeth and used all the strength in his body to resist. In everyone's ears, they heard a loud crack sound. Yuan Shan was actually half a head shorter, and his whole calf sank into the ground. Then, with a puff sound, Yuan Shi spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Good." The strength in his hand weakened by half. Then, with another puff sound, he spat out another mouthful of blood and said, "Good." The crescent moon spade became a little shorter again. Yuan Shi's arm trembled slightly. Then, with another puff sound, he spat out another mouthful of blood and said, "Good." The crescent moon spade also fell to the ground with a clang sound. Yuan Shi spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and his body collapsed. Unfortunately, his whole calf had sunk into the ground, and he could not fall down even if he wanted to. Zhang Xiaohua's long sword fell on the top of Yuan Shan's head. When the thin monk not far away saw this, he was shocked and shouted, "Don't take my senior brother's life." Before he finished speaking, the monk had already stabbed the long sword in his hand towards Zhang Xiaohua's glabella. His lightness skill was like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Even Zhang Xiaohua was shocked when she saw it. Unfortunately, with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, she had already seen the long sword's momentum. When the long sword reached her body, she slightly tilted her head and dodged. The long sword missed. The thin monk was also outstanding. When he saw the long sword miss, he first used a sword flower to protect his body. Then, he flipped in the air and faced Zhang Xiaohua, continuing to stab. Zhang Xiaohua had no intention of harming Monk Yuan Shi's life. The long sword in his hand only touched Monk Yuan Shan's head. Soon after, he did a somersault and floated high into the air, dodging the long sword once again. He casually threw his long sword at Chai Feng, who was surrounding him. When Chai Feng saw the long sword flying towards him while the two of them were in a heated battle, he was already scared witless. He bent over, and the long sword flew past his head, stabbing into the ground behind him. After throwing the long sword away, Zhang Xiaohua took out a small sword from her bosom. "Hey, hey!" She laughed coldly and flew towards the thin monk. When the thin monk saw Zhang Xiaohua throw the long sword away, he was puzzled at first. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua take out a toy small sword from her bosom, he did not know what she meant. But he did not dare to be careless. He pointed his long sword and attacked again. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the long sword coming, she did not retreat but advanced. She dodged. Her body strangely dodged half an inch, avoiding the tip of the sword. The small sword in her hand also quickly stabbed towards the thin monk's throat. The monk was shocked. He moved his body sideways and kicked towards Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air. She also bent her leg and kicked. With a muffled sound, the two people kicked together. The thin monk used the momentum to stand up, but Zhang Xiaohua was like a wisp of smoke flying towards the encirclement. The thin monk thought she was going to escape, so he shouted, "Don't go." He chased after her again, but Zhang Xiaohua used the momentum to fly. How fast was she? When he chased after her, Zhang Xiaohua had already swept into the encirclement. But Zhang Xiaohua did not fly over the encirclement as the thin monk thought. Instead, she stuck out the small sword in her hand and directly stabbed towards one of the people in the encirclement. It was none other than Bai Yongui. Like Chai Feng, Bai Yongui was scared witless by Zhang Xiaohua's bravery. He hurriedly raised his sword to meet the attack. His martial arts were not as good as Zhang Xiaohua's, so he had already lost his sense of propriety. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. The small sword touched his throat, and a trace of blood had already seeped out. Then, she stopped exerting force and turned her hand back. The small sword swept past Bai Yongui's right hand that was holding the sword and cut off his thumb. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. Bai Yongui felt a piercing pain, and his long sword fell to the ground with a clang. At this moment, the thin monk had also rushed over. Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and grinned. She did not break out of the encirclement. Instead, she turned around and flashed past. She stretched out her small sword again and stabbed towards the thin monk's throat from a strange angle. The thin monk did not dare to be negligent. He changed the move of the long sword in his hand and protected the front of his body. However, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly rose up in the air and swept over his head. Then, she casually stabbed back with her long sword, leaving a trace of blood on the back of the thin monk's neck. Before the skinny monk could turn around, he felt a chill at the back of his neck. He knew that something was wrong and stabbed his sword back, wanting to perish together. However, Zhang Xiaohua had already flown back into the encirclement. She no longer looked at the crowd and laughed. "Don't bother me again. Otherwise, I won't be as relaxed as I am today." After she finished speaking, she flew in the direction of Chai Feng. Chai Feng had just gotten up when he saw Zhang Xiaohua flying toward him. He couldn't help but lie down again. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and flew straight to her sword. She pulled out her sword and floated up again. With a few leaps, she disappeared into the dusky wilderness. From the moment Zhang Xiaohua made her move to flying out of the encirclement, only a short time had passed. The two leaders of the Xian Rong sect outside the encirclement did not have time to make their move. At this moment, they also quickly flew over and wanted to chase after her. However, they did not dare and looked hesitant. The skinny monk stood there with a pale face. He stared blankly at his hand. There was only a faint trace of blood in his palm. After a while, he regained his senses. He looked at Li, who was standing in the middle of the encirclement and did not move even half a step forward. He said with great frustration, "Don't chase after him. You're not his match. Moreover, you can't catch up to him." Li immediately said, "Yes, great master." The skinny monk said again, "Let's go and check on my senior brother's injuries." In fact, he already knew that this young man did not have any killing intent. He had just reincarnated under his sword. Presumably, his senior brother's life was not in danger. Sure enough, Monk Yuan Shan's internal organs were severely shaken and his whole body was weak. After taking the Dalan Temple's secret elixir, he woke up after half an incense stick's worth of time. Zhang Xiaohua had already gone far away. The people of the Xian Rong sect did not need to surround her. Now they were all standing at the side in a daze. Thinking that they had actually been on the same ship as such a great expert for so many days, they could not help but feel a lingering fear. However, they were also quite glad that their decision was correct and did not provoke him. Otherwise, they did not know where their lives would have been lost. When Chai Feng saw Bai Yonggui's injuries, his heart was in turmoil. He knew that the seemingly ordinary young man did not have any intention to hurt him. The sword that was thrown at him was only a warning. As for Bai Yongguei, he had sneak attacked him on the deserted island and wanted to kill him on the ship. Although he was not killed by him, the thumb on his right hand was cut off by the young man. He would never be able to use his sword again. Fortunately, this young man seemed to remember the benefits of bringing him back to land and spared his life. Only then could Bai Yongguei struggle at death's door and end his life. The skinny monk originally wanted to ask about Zhang Xiaohua's situation in detail. However, when he saw Monk Yuan Shan's dispirited and listless appearance, he said, "Seeing your brother's injuries are serious. I have to bring him back to the temple for treatment. You guys deal with the aftermath here. When I return to the temple, I will report this matter to the elders. You guys should also hurry back to the temple." After he finished speaking, he did not stay any longer. He carried Monk Yuan Shi on his back and used his qin gong to immediately leave. Chapter 315. The skinny monk didn't reveal his name from the beginning to the end. Hall Master Li's expression was uncertain as he watched the figure gradually disappear into the distance. He had originally thought that it would be a good job, but all he had to do was capture a young man of unknown origin, with the help of 2 monks from the Yuan generation of the Dalan Temple. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake? But reality played a joke on him. This was not an easy job. It was a job that took their lives. Looking at the situation, if it wasn't for the fact that the other party didn't want to kill them, none of them would have been able to survive. How am I going to explain this to the sect? Li regretted messing up the job. He wanted to use this job to win the faction leader's favor. But then he smiled. Since he couldn't even capture the senior monks from the Dalan Temple, one of them almost lost his life. How could the faction leader blame him? After thinking, he called Bai Yongguei, who had just finished bandaging his wound, over and asked gently, "Little Bai, how are your injuries?" Bai Yongguei bared his teeth and said, "Thank you for your concern, Li. This guy is too sinister. He actually chopped off my right thumb, but I've already found it. When I go back and find the faction's doctor, he should be able to reattach it." Li frowned and said with a smile, "It's okay, little Bai. As long as you don't lose your life, everything is fine. Don't worry. Even if your thumb can't be reattached, I will find you a stable position in the hall." Bai Yongguei was moved to tears. He clasped his hands and said, "Lily treats me like this. How can I not serve you?" Li muttered in his heart, "You're already crippled. What service are you talking about? You have to have some value." But he still said fervently, "You don't have to be like this. Our XIN Rome faction doesn't differentiate between high and low. We only have different jobs. We are all stones of the faction's great cause. We will move wherever we are needed. No matter where we are, we must shine for the faction's great cause. Little Bai, the faction leader has seen everything you have done. He will not let you have any worries. Moreover, although your position will be different in the future, I still hope that you can make extraordinary contributions in your ordinary position and prove that you are the outstanding backbone of our XIN Rome faction." Hearing Li's words from the bottom of his heart, Bai Yongguei's heart was about to break. He hadn't even returned to the faction, hadn't even been treated by the faction's doctor, and his fate was already decided. Sigh, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Bai Yongguei thought. Looking at Hall Master Li's eyes and his attempt to comfort Bai Yongguei, how could Bai Yongguei not know what he was thinking? Bai Yongguei helplessly took out the iron box from his bosom and presented it to Hall Master Li. He forced a smile and said, "Hall Master Li, this is something that Junior Marshal Brother Chai, and I found overseas. Please accept it on our behalf. Please be careful on the way. When we arrive at the sect and hand it over to the faction leader, I hope Hall Master can put in a good word for us." Li narrowed his eyes and looked at it. He wasn't in a hurry to accept it. He said, "Little Bai, this is your and Chai Feng's work. It's better for you to take it with you. Those who know will know that you are injured and can't protect it. Those who don't know will say that I stole your credit." He enunciated the word injured very clearly. Bai Yongguei said helplessly, "Hall Master Li is wise. This matter is of great importance. Now that I'm injured, I can't protect it well. If anything happens, I'll be the center of Xin Rome faction. I hope that Hall Master can understand my difficulties and keep it for me." When Li heard this, he smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I will reluctantly do it. If the credit is yours, then it is yours. Others can't take it even if they want to. Don't you think so, little Bai?" Bai Yongguwei smiled and said, "Li is right." Li carefully took the iron box and opened it under the cover of dusk. After confirming that there was no problem, he carefully put it away. He looked at the dozen or so disciples around him and waved his hand. "Everyone, you are all meritorious members of the Xin Rome faction. When you return to the faction, you will be greatly rewarded. Let's go. We will return to the faction and receive the reward for your Qinggong." Okay. When the others heard this, they were all happy. The fear for being beaten up just now disappeared. They followed Li in a certain direction under the cover of dusk, killing one person in 10 steps. Unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Awesome. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua only wanted to scream. He really liked the feeling of being in control of his own fate. He used his Qinggong to leave the pier, but his divine sense did not leave. He understood the reactions of the people around him. When he was far away, he retracted his divine sense. His body flashed and disappeared. He actually burrowed into the ground and moved stealthily. Then, he jumped out from somewhere and randomly found a direction. He used his Qinggong to run in all directions. After that, he used his Qinggong to move stealthily for a long time. He did this a few times until it was late at night. He then came out and looked around. There was a small village in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He moved stealthily and found a huge pile of wheat in a wheat field. He hollowed out the middle of the pile of wheat and entered it. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After coming out from the pleasure of being in control of the situation, Zhang Xiaohua had a trace of vigilance in his heart. He was just in the initial stage of qi refining. There was still a long way to go before Venerable Fiery Dragon, who was in the foundation establishment stage. With Venerable Fiery Dragon's strength, he could not help but turn into dust. How could he let go of any opportunity to cultivate? Moreover, the people he had just fought were just some small fries. Zhang Xiaohua was not arrogant enough to compete with Openg and Mengchangong. Who were those people? They were old monsters who had been immersed in martial arts for decades. They were the leaders of martial arts. Although he was cultivating the way of immortality and had a higher starting point than them, he had not been cultivating for long. It was impossible for him to compete with them now. Therefore, he had to work hard to cultivate. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua scurried out of a pile of wheat straw and struggled to get some information from a farmer's Annie. It wasn't that he didn't look friendly, and the Annie didn't dare to say it. It wasn't that he was dressed in a retro style that scared the Annie. The key was that this Annie was just like Zhang Xiaohua in the past. She had only been to the nearest town, Songning Town, and didn't know anything else. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask other people for advice. However, educated people always woke up late and were probably still sleeping. He could not drag them out of their warm beds. Fortunately, this Annie was still clear about the direction of Songning Town and pointed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua thanked her and turned around the haystack. He disappeared with a turn of his body. The enthusiastic auntie who followed behind him shouted, "Young man, that's the way to the pigsty." How could Zhang Xiaohua, who was using Earth Escape, hear her? He only wanted to rush to Songning Town and find the way home. However, after walking for a while, when he felt that it was about time, he released his divine sense but did not see many people. He found a secluded place to jump out and ask someone. Only then did he know that he had gone the wrong way. Alas, he was a directionally challenged idiot, regardless of whether he was above ground or underground. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. He thanked the person again and continued on his way. Yes, it was the bottom path. This time, although Zhang Xiaohua was very careful to identify the direction, it was all gray underground. How could he see clearly? Before long, Zhang Xiaohua was already annoyed and impatient. He still found a secluded place to come out. Zhang Xiaohua was vexed when he asked someone about it. Earth Escape was fast, but he couldn't grasp the direction. Wasn't this bullshit? The faster he escaped, the more he would deviate. This wasn't a long-term solution. However, looking around, he was in the wilderness. Even the passers-by he had just met were looking at his crutches in panic. Oh no, his long sword. They thought that he was going to rob them. Where'd he find a horse or a carriage? Alas, it was better to use lightness skill. Although he would still be seen, there were people in Jianghu after all. He might not get into trouble. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua used the levitation technique according to the direction pointed by the passers-by and flew straight over. He opened a path when he met a mountain and built a bridge when he met a river. In just the time it took to eat a meal, an extremely lively town appeared in front of him. This was a town about the same size as Lu Town. Zhang Xiaohua was on the main road into the town. Just like any other ordinary town, there were some tea sheds a few miles away from the town entrance for pedestrians and merchants to rest. Zhang Xiaohua picked a slightly larger one and walked in. There was a waiter in this tea shed. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance with surprise. It was not until the tea shop owner slapped him on the head that he understood. He hurriedly greeted, "Young master, please take a seat. What kind of tea would you like?" Zhang Xiaohua did not want to drink any tea, but looking at the waiter's respectful manner, he felt embarrassed. He could only find a place to sit and said, "Anything will do. I have something to ask." The waiter was somewhat embarrassed. This small shop only has Longjing tea before the rain. I don't know if young master is used to it. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and said, "I am not a young master. You could just get me some water." The waiter looked at his robe and said with a smile, "Yes, young master is not a young master. I will serve you Longjing tea right away." With that, he left with a smile. At this moment, the people in the tea shed who saw Zhang Xiaohua walking in also came back to their senses. They each said their own things to quench their thirst. A quiet conversation entered Zhang Xiaohua's ears. "I don't know which family this young man is from, but he's also wearing vintage clothes to show off. I don't know what's wrong with him these past few years, but he likes to wear vintage clothes. I really don't know what's so good about this robe. Old Tang, that's because you can't stand it. I've seen many learned people in whose city wearing clothes like this. At first, it's really awkward, but after looking at it for a long time, I actually feel that it's very impressive. Don't you see this young master? He's obviously a playboy, but when he wears this set of clothes, he actually looks cultured and refined, like a learned scholar. It's just that he looks too ordinary. His eyes are a little small, his nose is a little flat, and his ears are small too. He doesn't have good fortune. Otherwise, he could be considered a romantic and elegant person." Puffed. Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. He looked at his robe, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and was speechless. Chapter 316. She could not blame herself. The robe belonged to a mortal fire dragon. He was a person from 10,000 years ago. How could his dressing not be retro? Moreover, the long robe was very tight on the body, and not even a speck of dust could touch it. It was obviously a treasure. So how could Zhang Xiaohua be willing to change it? But thinking about other people's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua still had the intention to retreat. Public opinion was powerful. She could not be too unconventional. While she was thinking, the waiter had already made the tea and waited at the side. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled at first. When she was about to pick up the teacup to taste it, she suddenly thought that the waiter was asking her for a tip. It's all because of this robe. Why not just a cup of water? Why do you want Longjing tea? Alas, for this robe, I even have to spend money. This money grubber did not even think about the countless luminous pearl in his money bag. Even the treasures he got from the secret chamber in Shitsue Mountain were not much. Now, he actually cared about being tipped by others. Zhang Xiaohua groped in her clothes for a long time. She frowned. The money bag was full of shocking things. She could not take out anything. What was in the money bag were the pieces of silver and a few banknotes that Zhang Xiao gave her when she came out of the Guizhuang house a few years ago. Where'd she get the copper coins? After thinking for a while, she said to the waiter who had been longing for a long time, "Waiter, how much is this tea?" "Silver? Young master, you must be joking. It's only 14 copper coins." Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. She took out the smallest piece of silver from the money bag. It was about 2 copper coins. She threw it to the waiter and said, "Waiter, it's not that I don't want to give you a tip. It's just that I don't have any copper coins. This silver is the money for the tea and the tip. I'll give you a total of 20 copper coins. Give me the change later." When the waiter heard this, the smile on his face disappeared. He thought that this young master was generous and did not need the change. Who knew? The waiter impatiently took the money and handed it back. He said, "Dear customer, our tea house is a small business. How can we have so much loose change for you? Why don't you give me some copper coins?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Shower, if I had some copper coins, I would have given them to you long ago. Why would I give you silver?" The shop assistant looked at him and said sarcastically, "Young master, the smallest piece of silver you have is 2 taels. You don't know that it's almost enough to buy our tea shed. You're really generous." Hearing the word generous, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood that this snobbish shop assistant wanted her to give him all the money without asking for change. How is this possible? Not to mention that his parents, elder brother, and elder sister-in-law were working in the fields all day long, and they might not even be able to earn 1 silver coin a day. He was working as a manservant in Huanxi Manor, and his monthly salary was only 3 silver coins. How could he casually spend these 2 silver coins? After all, he was a real country boy, not some hedonistic son of a rich family. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the shop assistant and took back the silver with a smile. He said, "It's okay. I haven't drunk a sip of this tea. You can take it back. Just consider that I didn't come in today." After that, he stood up and was about to leave. The shop assistant could not take it anymore. He hurriedly grabbed his hand and said, Today, you bully people. Do you want to rely on your money to bully us poor people? You." Zhang Xiaohua heard that this guy actually said so and could not help but be annoyed. At this time, a manservant who was boiling water for the kettle hurried over and saluted. "Big brother Yao, this young master, don't worry. This young master, if you believe me, give this silver to me. I'll go to the front and help you change it into copper coins. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at the manservant with a long nose and shabby clothes. However, his eyes were abnormally clear. He was not afraid to face Zhang Xiaohua's question. "Hey, Xiaohua Ji, you manservant Xiaohua, hurry up and burn your fire. Be careful that I don't report you to the shopkeeper." "Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with interest. He asked, "Your name is Xiaohua Ji, Little Flower?" The manservant was a little shy and said, "Yes, this young master is Little Flower. Why isn't your surname Zhang?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with interest. Xiaohua Ji saw that this young master was very amiable and also very respectfully replied, "My father's surname is Ji and my mother's surname is Zhang. Naturally, I follow my father's surname. How can I follow my mother's surname?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Xiaohua, how old are you?" 9 years old, young master." "Humph, your father died when you were 7 years old. Your life is really tough. Even your mother is sick because of you." The shop assistant said somewhat fiercely, "In a few days, you will change your surname to Zhang Xiaohua." What a funny name. From Ji Xiaohua to Zhang Xiaohua. How unpleasant to hear. Shua, Zhang Xiaohua grabbed the teacup on the table and splashed it on the shop assistant's face. His face was ashen and said, "Shut up, did I let you speak?" When Zhang Xiaohua was angry, there was a faint, imposing manner. The shop assistant was so scared that he almost forgot to wipe the tea on his face. Fortunately, the tea had been dried for a while and was no longer boiling hot. Otherwise, at this time, the shopkeeper of the tea house heard the noise from outside and hurriedly came in. He didn't ask about the situation and immediately apologized. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him. He smiled and handed the silver to Xiaohua Ji and said, "Okay, this silver is for you. Help me exchange it." The shopkeeper hurriedly persuaded, "This young master, no need. This tea is on me. You don't have to pay." How could Zhang Xiaohua take advantage of him like this? He smiled and said, "It's not easy for you to do business here. Naturally, you should take money. However, my silver didn't grow on trees. I can't give it to you for free." After he finished speaking, He waved his hand at Xiaohua Ji and let him go. At this time, a man at the table next to them stood up and said, "This young master, perhaps you rarely go out." Zhang Xiaohua saw and smiled. "Yes, I've always been studying at home. I rarely go out." The man walked over and said, "There's a saying in the pugilistic world. Rely on your parents at home and rely on your friends when you go out. Since we can meet in such a remote place, it can be considered fate. Little brother, I'll pay for the tea for you. Come over and have a chat." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the man and didn't want to pay much attention to him. However, she thought that she still needed to find out the location of Pingyang City and Lu Town. Perhaps she could get some information from this man. Hence, she smiled and said, "Sure, I admire people like you who roam the pugilistic world. I'd like to learn a thing or two from you." After she finished speaking, she invited the man to take a seat. The shopkeeper and the shop assistant saw that they had nothing to do and left. However, since no one was around to light the fire, the shop assistant had to do it himself. The man and Zhang Xiaohua sat down together and chatted casually. From time to time, he bragged about his experiences in the pugilistic world. He didn't forget to show off his muscles and martial art skills. Then, he discreetly tried to find out more about Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua not understand anything? She only smiled perfunctorily and started to talk nonsense while waiting for Xiaohua Ji to return. After chatting for a while, the man saw the long sword by Zhang Xiaohua's feet. He smiled and said, "Brother Wu, do you like swordsmanship? If there's time, I can indeed introduce you to a famous pugilistic expert. When the time comes, he can also give you a good sword. How can you bring out such a crude sword?" As he said that, he kicked it with his feet. Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the long sword without a trace and said, "I just casually picked it up. All right, Brother Su, I have something to ask you." Just as she was about to speak, the scabby-headed Ji Xiaohua Ji came back from outside, panting. His hands were tightly wrapped around his chest. He ran all the way to Zhang Xiaohua's side and then heaved a sigh of relief. He took out an even smaller piece of silver and a large pile of copper coins from his chest and said breathlessly, "Young master, please wait. This is 1 tael of silver and 100 copper coins." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Why did it take so long? Didn't you say it was just beside? I thought you took my money and ran away." Ji Xiaohua Ji's face turned red and said anxiously, "How could I? The shops beside all have copper coins. I was afraid that it would be difficult for young master to take them. So I went to a few shops and finally found 1 tael of silver. Oh, young master, please count it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He had already used his divine senses to scan the whole pile of copper coins. Not a single one was missing. He said, "No need, I believe you." Ji Xiaohua Ji's face turned even redder. He smiled embarrassedly and continued to walk to the fire to boil water. Zhang Xiaohua kept all the copper coins on the table and did not take out a single copper coin. He then asked the man, "I want to ask Brother Su something. Do you know Pingyang City?" "Pingyang City?" The man was stunned and immediately said, I know. A few years ago, when I was running darts, I always went to Pingyang City. I'm very familiar with it." "I see. I heard that there's a scenery called Calm Lake and Autumn Moon in Pingyang City. I've admired it for a long time and really want to take a look, but I don't know how to get there." "Oh, I see. The scenery you mentioned is in the south of Pingyang City. It's really not bad. My martial brothers in Pingyang City often invited me there to admire it. As for how to get to Pingyang City, you see, from this road to the west, pass through Soning Town, walk for another day, then head north. Walk for another 17 or 18 days, and you should reach there." I know. Thank you very much, Brother Su. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't take up any more of your precious time." With that, he cupped his hands and picked up the long sword at his feet. He shouted to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, this Master Su has paid for my bill." Then he walked out in big strides. He left the man who was sitting at the old table behind him. He raised his hand and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but could not. He wanted to wave, but could not. He looked awkward. The shopkeeper walked forward and smiled. "Thank you, Master Su. It's a total of 20 copper coins." The man shouted, What nonsense is this long jing? It's no different from drinking plain water. Do you think I'm that white sheep? Here, it's 10 copper coins. Take it or leave it." With that, he threw out a large sum of money from his pocket. Just as the shopkeeper was collecting the money, the mangy-headed page boy who was boiling water also rubbed his hands and gritted his teeth. He seemed to have made a decision. When he saw that the shopkeeper was not paying attention, he ran out in a flash. Chapter 317. Zhang Xiaohua was able to drink a pot of top-grade Longjing tea without spending a single copper coin in the tea shed. Regardless of whether these tea leaves were truly Longjing tea or whether he really needed to drink tea, the feeling of taking advantage of others was very satisfying for Zhang Xiaohua. "Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? Do you really think I'm an inexperienced young master? My face has been exposed to the wind and sun on this deserted island. Do you think I've become a pretty boy?" Zhang Xiaohua touched his cheek and was somewhat pleased with himself. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, he suddenly saw the scabby-headed Ji Xiaohua hastily running out from the side of the tea shed. He was very astonished. He had a good impression of this manservant. Of course, without the comparison of a shop assistant, Zhang Xiaohua might not have been able to see how outstanding this manservant was. At the very least, he had exchanged 100 copper coins for himself and hadn't embezzled a single copper coin. He also hadn't been waiting to ask for a tip, right? Ji Xiaohua exited the straw shed and stood on the main road. He first looked around anxiously. After some thought, he ran in the direction of Songning Town. Zhang Xiaohua was now 18 years old and was in the middle of growing. At this time, he was already a head taller than the average person. However, there were many people on the main road. With Ji Xiaohua's height, how could he possibly see him? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if this scabby-headed brat was looking for him, but he still slowed down his footsteps and revealed his figure through the gaps of the crowd. His black robe was rather conspicuous. As soon as he revealed his figure, Ji Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He first looked back and didn't see anyone, so he quickly ran over. Zhang Xiaohua's back was facing him, so he only used his divine sense to observe. Seeing the little guy's face covered in sweat as he rushed towards him, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Could it be that he was asking for a tip? Thinking of this, his right hand involuntarily covered his chest. When Ji Xiaohua saw Zhang Xiaohua's black figure, her eyes lit up with joy. Just as she was about to shout, she covered her mouth with her hand and secretly looked back, left and right. Only then did she quicken her pace and catch up. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xiaohua had a little understanding in her heart. This manservant with the same name as her probably had something to tell her. Sure enough, after Ji Xiaohua caught up with Zhang Xiaohua, she didn't dare to speak loudly. She only tugged at Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and said, "Young master, this little one has something to say to you." Then, she looked around and scurried to a big tree on the side of the road like a kitten. Then, she looked back and waved at him anxiously with her small hands. Zhang Xiaohua found it very funny, but she was also slightly touched. No matter what this servant came to her for, as long as he didn't want to harm her, she would give him a little reward. Well, how much should she give him? Was this a problem? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walking over leisurely, Ji Xiaohua was a little anxious. She wanted to go over and tug at him, but didn't dare to. She could only look back and stomp her feet. When Zhang Xiaohua was behind the big tree, she said anxiously, "Young master, you must not believe what that man said just now." Zhang Xiaohua looked at her with interest and smiled. "Ji Xiaohua, why should I believe you? Don't believe him? Besides, do you know where Pingyang City is?" When Ji Xiaohua heard this, her face flushed red. Her childish voice was a little high-pitched as she said, "It's okay if young master doesn't believe me. I also don't know where Pingyang City is. However, you must not believe him. Every time he gives directions here, he will first go west, pass through Songning Town, and then go north. I think this Pingyang City might not be a place he has been to before. Besides," Ji Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "He often stays in the tea stall. I heard the shopkeeper call him Master Su. I don't know anything else." When she finished, she saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe her. She stomped her feet slightly and gritted her teeth. I only know this much. I don't dare to say anything else. Young master is so young. It's better for you to go home early. I'm leaving. When she finished, she turned and ran towards the main road. Zhang Xiaohua was quick to react. She grabbed his arm and said, Ji Xiaohua, you spent so much effort to tip me off. Don't tell me you don't want me to reward you? When Ji Xiaohua heard this, there wasn't a trace of embarrassment on her face. She said mockingly, Young master, since you don't believe me, why should I make a fool of myself? Instead, you will think that I'm lying to you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Of course I believe you. That calm lake, an autumn moon in Pingyang City, is just something I made up. Oh, Ji Xiaohua was first elated, then disappointed. He said, Since young master knows that I'm lying to you, then I'm relieved. I still have to go back to tend to the fire. Young master, you should go home quickly. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't let him go. She asked, I still want to know why you risked being found out to tell me this. Aren't you afraid that Master Su will find trouble with you? Ji Xiaohua scratched his scabby head and said, This, young master, I can't explain it clearly. Maybe it's because you splashed the tea on Gue Air's face just now. This guy always bullies me and even badmouths me in front of the shopkeeper. Following that, she said in a desolate tone, How would Master Su notice someone like me? Even if he did, I only have a mother who has been ill for a long time at home. Even eating is difficult for her. How would he be able to do anything? Then, she shook off Zhang Xiaohua's hand with all her might and said, Young master, I have to go back quickly. The shopkeeper already said that if he finds out that I did anything wrong, I won't be allowed to boil water in the tea shed. Hold on to me. I'm sure the shopkeeper has already found out by now. Then what do you say? Hee, I'll say that I have diarrhea. I can control the heavens and earth, but I can't control my shit and fart. I'll beg and beg. At most, I'll kowtow a few times and suffer a few kicks from him. I'm sure he'll let me stay. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt a lump in his throat. It was as if he saw himself coming out of the Guizhuang house and coming to Pingyang City. He thought that he had suffered enough at Huan, Shi Mountain Villa, Lotus Escort Agency, and Misty School. However, looking at this kind-hearted Ji Xiaohua who wanted to earn some money to buy food for himself and his sick mother, he was really too blessed. At least, he had his second brother Zhang Xiaohu to take care of him. At least, he had a warm and happy home in a distant village. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua asked gently, Ji Xiaohua, how many copper coins do you get for boiling water in the tea shed for a day? Ji Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, This tea shed manager is more stingy. It's only 3 copper coins. All right, young master, I'll go out quickly. If I'm any later, I won't be able to cover up this lie. After saying that, he wanted to run again. Zhang Xiaohua quickly grabbed him and said, Don't panic, don't panic. It's been hard on you to come here. How about this? Hearing this, Ji Xiaohua's eyes were filled with anticipation and shyness. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the child's round and clear eyes and said, You go back to the tea shed first. Tell the tea shed manager that you want to take a few days off. As for me, there's something that I want you to help me with. I'll give you 10 copper coins a day. What do you think? When Ji Xiaohua heard that he wanted him to go back to the tea shed first, his heart immediately sank. However, the words that followed made him extremely happy. He said, Really? Young master, what do you want? You actually want to give me 10 copper coins a day? And you don't have to worry about this. Anyway, it's a very important matter. You're going to take a leave first. This, young master, I won't do things like murder and arson. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Besides, can you do things like murder and arson? Ji Xiaohua grinned and said, Young master, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon. Then, he ran out like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, he came back with a small cloth bag. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, You took a leave so easily? Ji Xiaohua said, That Gue Air has been watching me for a long time. Before I could say anything about taking a leave, I was chased out. I didn't even have to say the words that I thought of just now. After saying that, He opened the small cloth bag and took out a half-eaten thing that was the size of a fist. He took a hard bite and swallowed it with difficulty. He said vaguely, "It's a pity that I can't drink the boiled water in the tea shed." When he said that, Zhang Xiaohua's tears almost fell down. He chuckled and said, "Ji Xiaohua, I'm also hungry. Can you give me some to eat?" Ji Xiaohua said in surprise, "Young master, this thing, you could eat so much." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took a bite. Even though he grew up in the countryside and was used to living a hard life, he had never eaten food that was so hard to swallow. It was astringent and somewhat painful to the teeth. With Zhang Xiaohua's more than 10 years of farming experience, this was made with several kinds of grains and vegetables, as well as chaff and the like. Zhang Xiaohua slowly ate one bite at a time. Ji Xiaohua was stunned to the side. This was his ration for the day, and it was actually eaten by a young master who lived in luxury. Although he said to eat one bite at a time, in fact, that thing was less than half a fist. Zhang Xiaohua finished in 2 or 3 bites, but it was very hard to swallow. Even an immortal like Zhang Xiaohua also swallowed his saliva and carefully swallowed it. He really didn't know how this child usually ate. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua finish eating, Ji Xiaohua still hadn't woken up from his shock. Zhang Xiaohua walked over and patted his scabby head without any trace of politeness. He said, "Let's go, kid. Follow me to the city to do something." Ji Xiaohua was just 9 years old. His body hadn't grown up yet, and his height was only below Zhang Xiaohua's chest. This head patting was very easy. No wonder second brother always likes to pat my head. It's really interesting. Zhang Xiaohua thought so. Ji Xiaohua hurriedly put away the small package and hung it on his small arm. He said with a smile, "Young master, I wonder what you're doing in the city? Tell me about it first. I've already thought of a place to bring you." "Oh, right. Young master, I'll help you carry this crutch." After he finished speaking, he reached out to take the long sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and stopped him. He said, "You can't carry this thing. Let me carry it." "Young master, don't look at my young age. I've been very strong since I was young. I'm also a little famous in the South City. Otherwise, why would that tea shop owner hire me? I even helped him gather firewood." Chapter 3:18. You still collect firewood for them. Zhang Xiaohua was a little speechless. When he was young, he also went up the mountain to collect firewood. However, his eldest brother and second brother took turns to follow him and only gave him a small bundle of firewood to carry. That feeling was still fresh in his memory. That's right. Otherwise, their tea stall would have to spend another 2 copper coins to buy firewood. Xiaohua said with a smile. Seeing that there weren't many people around, Zhang Xiaohua's childlike innocence was aroused. He put the long sword on the road and said with a smile, "Then you carry it. If you can carry it, I'll give you an extra copper coin every day. However, if you can't carry it, I'll deduct a copper coin every day." Really? Young master can't trick me. Zhang Xiaohua said, "How can I trick you? Carry it for me." Xiaohua went forward ecstatically. His small hand grabbed the middle of the long sword and tried to lift it up. However, the long sword didn't move at all on the ground. Xiaohua was shocked. He took the small bundle from his shoulder and walked to the side of the long sword. His 2 hands grabbed the 2 sides of the long sword and tried to lift it up. Unfortunately, even if he used all his strength and his small face turned red, the long sword still didn't move. At this time, Xiaohua realized how naive he was. His tears were about to fall. He was extremely regretful. Great, now he lost a copper coin a day. Then he let go of his hand and picked up his small bundle. He lowered his head and said dejectedly, "Young master, this little one can't carry it. You can carry it yourself." Zhang Xiaohua looked at his appearance and laughed in his heart. He bent down and picked up the long sword and said, "Let's go. Bring me into the city." Xiaohua said weakly, "Yes, young master. Please follow me." Zhang Xiaohua saw this and said with a smile, "Xiaohua ji, don't mind it. I was just joking with you. Now I officially announce that I'll give you 11 copper coins every day." It's true." Ji Xiaohua beamed with joy and said, Young master is such a good person. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she frowned slightly and said, "Can you not call me young master? That's why it sounds so weird." Xiaohua asked curiously, "Young master, if I don't call you young master, what should I call you?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and felt depressed. "That's right. What should Ji Xiaohua call her?" "Forget it. Call me if you want." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand helplessly. "All right, young master, please come with me." With that, Ji Xiaohua happily led Zhang Xiaohua along the main road towards Soning Town. However, just as they entered the town, Zhang Xiaohua keenly noticed the sweat on Ji Xiaohua's forehead. Zhang Xiaohua found it very strange. They had just walked for a while. Logically speaking, this child often walked. So how could he be so tired? While she was puzzled, Xiaohua Ji stopped and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She turned around and asked, "Young master, we're already in the city. What do you want to do?" As she spoke, the fragrance of a steamed bun wafted over from a nearby store. The child couldn't help but look over and secretly spit. "Io." Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood and couldn't help but secretly want to hit herself. That thing just now must be Xiaohua Ji's ration for today. He hasn't eaten yet, but I ate it first. I wanted to let him have a good meal at noon, but I didn't expect that he hasn't eaten in the morning. The sweat on his forehead is probably from hunger. With this thought, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The first thing to do after entering the city is, of course, to eat. This young master hasn't eaten breakfast yet. Let's go. I'll treat you to some steamed buns." With that, she walked towards a steamed bun store first. Although Xiaohua Ji was young, she had been outside for a few years. How could she not know Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts at this time? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's back, she gratefully followed. Unfortunately, she didn't know that the young master in front of her was just a fake. Otherwise, she would have dragged him to a restaurant long ago. The vendor selling steamed buns was also a perceptive person. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's dress, she hurriedly shouted, "This young master, do you want to eat some steamed buns? Come and have a taste. You're used to eating fish and meat. Eat some of our vegetable buns. It's good for the body." After that, she looked at the dirty little table awkwardly. She didn't know if she should let Zhang Xiaohua sit down. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind and sat down. Xiaohua Ji followed and stood beside Zhang Xiaohua. She didn't know whether she should sit or stand. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sit down, Ji Xiaohua. Don't be polite. Thank you for calling me young master several times. Today, I'll treat you to some steamed buns." Ji Xiaohua sat down obediently. She sat at the end of the bench far away from Zhang Xiaohua. To be honest, it was one thing to work for a young master and another to eat with him. She heard that rich families had rules when eating. This was the first time she ate with a young master. Moreover, they were eating meat buns that she had been craving for. How could she not be careful? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She said to the vendor, "Give me 4 steamed buns and 6 steamed buns." The vendor happily said, "Okay, I'll give it to you right away." After that, she took 2 trays from the top of the 2 tower-like steamers. She picked them up and gave them to the 2 of them. Zhang Xiaohua saw Ji Xiaohua staring at the fragrant steamed buns. She smiled and pushed the 4 steamed buns in front of him. Ji Xiaohua's eyes were a little disappointed. She reluctantly looked at the steamed buns in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She swallowed her saliva and asked, "Young master, you eat first." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's eat together." After that, she picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table. Seeing this, Ji Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Young master, wait." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Ji Xiaohua strangely. Ji Xiaohua took the chopsticks from Zhang Xiaohua's hand and skillfully picked up the tea from the table. After it was slightly hot, he handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was a little helpless. Why was this young master not reliable at all? That's right, when did Zhang Xiaohua eat so delicately? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pick up a steamed meat bun, Ji Xiaohua quickly picked up the chopsticks from the table, picked up a steamed vegetable bun, and took a bite. The steamed bun had just been taken from the fire. Although the outside was cold, the inside was very hot. Ji Xiaohua had very little experience in eating steamed buns. How could he know that it was so hot that his mouth kept sucking in cold air. Even so, he was reluctant to spit out the steam bun in his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and smiled. She reached out and poured a glass of water for him and said, "Drink some water and it won't be hot." Ji Xiaohua quickly stood up and muttered, "Young master, how can I let you pour water?" Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and motioned for him to sit down and handed the water to him. Ji Xiaohua took it and quickly drank it, then drank it in one gulp. Although he was boiling water in the tea shed, he didn't dare to casually drink the water. He had been busy from morning until now and hadn't had a sip of water. How could he not be thirsty? Ji Xiaohua blew on the steamed vegetable bun while eating it. He was about to eat the second one when Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pushed the steamed meat bun beside her to him and said, "Eat the meat bun now." Ji Xiaohua was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You eat first. We'll talk while eating." After receiving the order to eat, how could Ji Xiaohua still be reserved? He picked up the meat bun and began to eat. Fortunately, he had the experience of eating the steamed vegetable bun just now, so his mouth wasn't scalded by the meat bun. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he was eating happily and said, "When I was young, the first time I ate a meat bun, I scalded my mouth and had diarrhea. Later, I heard people say that if the stomach doesn't eat meat for a long time, it's best to eat some vegetables first and then eat meat. That's why I let you eat a meat bun first." Ji Xiaohua suddenly understood. With a meat bun in his mouth, he muttered, "Young master knows a lot." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. Nonsense! How could he not know the experience that was exchanged with diarrhea? After Ji Xiaohua ate 3 meat buns, Zhang Xiaohua didn't let him eat anymore and said, "Okay, if you eat too much, your stomach will feel uncomfortable. Pack up the rest of the buns. It won't be too late to eat when you're hungry later." Ji Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly and carefully put away the rest of the buns. Seeing Ji Xiaohua's careful appearance, Zhang Xiaohua felt very strange and asked, "We'll eat in a while. You don't have to be so serious." Ji Xiaohua looked up and said seriously, "I'm already full. I want to bring this back for my mother to eat." The word mother made Zhang Xiaohua's nose sour again. She didn't know who was missing her, or who thought that she had already passed away and was sadly missing her mother. He waved his hand and said to the vendor, "Waiter, pack up 2 more trays of steamed buns for me, 1 for vegetables and 1 for meat." Ji Xiaohua curiously asked, "Young master, you didn't eat a single one just now. Could it be that you're waiting to eat on the road?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is for you to bring back to your mother." "Ah!" Ji Xiaohua couldn't believe her ears and said, "Is this true?" "Yes, why would I lie to you? This is 40 copper coins." "Young master, you're so generous?" "Ah, 40 copper coins, ah. I thought it was 36 copper coins. AI, this world is not like the old days. Forget it, I'll be generous this time." Zhang Xiaohua paid the bill. Xiaohua nimbly packed up the steamed buns and asked, "Young master, it's time to get down to business." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the things in his hands and said with a smile, "Don't worry, my business is very easy. Take back the things in your hands first, then we'll talk." "Okay, mother probably hasn't eaten anything either. Let's just try to send it back now." Xiaohua was overjoyed at this turn of events. Ji Xiaohua's house was in the south of Songning City. Although it was in the city, it was a shabby little courtyard with leaky little houses everywhere. It was even worse than Zhang Xiaohua's Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua didn't enter the house and just stayed in the courtyard. He didn't feel any discomfort, but Ji Xiaohua wouldn't let him in no matter what, saying that it would be too slow to treat Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already swept through the shabby house. There was only a middle-aged woman with grizzled hair inside. She was curled up on the bed and coughed from time to time. Although she tried her best to endure, how could she endure it? In Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, he seemed to see that woman spit out traces of blood. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought of his grandmother. Wasn't she like this in the past? Therefore, the peak of martial arts should be comparable to the 5th or 6th layer of the Immortal Path's Qi refining stage. Moreover, the Qi of heaven and earth was insufficient now, so magic could not display its power. Of course, it was inferior to martial arts. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua now felt that he couldn't compare with Peng, Changgung, and the others, but he was belittling himself. He already had the earth escape, the fire escape, and the flying sword. He was already in an invincible position. If he couldn't beat them, he could escape. There was also a tourist who said that Zhang Xiaohua's strength was amazing. It should be the effect of the wrist guard. Why didn't I mention it in the book? I think that other books write it so clearly. It's obvious that it's like some TV dramas nowadays, treating the audience as everything needs to be explained or narrated. I'm afraid that the audience doesn't understand or know, so I didn't write it. Actually, the readers are very smart. Even if I didn't mention it, wouldn't the tourists know? All right, I also forgot the martial arts moves. First, it highlighted that Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts practice was different. Second, if a few words could explain the moves, then there would be no need for a master to teach. Especially if the men's football team was given a training manual, they would have dominated the World Cup. And it seems that the so-called training in the country should be world-class. Chapter 319. Zhang Xiaohua held a long sword in her hand and crossed her hands in front of her body. She looked up at the many white clouds floating in the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Xiaohua Ji took the steamed buns and happily walked into the small house. "Mother, look what I brought back for you." Just as she stepped into the small house, Xiaohua Ji shouted, "Xiaohua, why did you come back so early?" Ji Xiaohua's mother asked strangely, ignoring her question. "Mother, I met a young master in the tea shed. He asked me to take him to do something. He also said that he would give me 10 coins a day. Oh, it's 11 coins. Look, these are the steamed buns he invited me to eat. He also asked me to bring back 2 trays for you." "What? Who told you to run out of the tea shed so easily?" "I asked Father Hao, who was on the streets, to find it for you. It was not easy." "This, mother, I know, but no buts. You really have guts. Who dares to believe you? If others deceive you, how do you want mother to live?" "Mother, this young master is really good, and the shopkeeper of the tea shed already doesn't let me go there anymore." "Yeah, you Xiaohua, why don't you let mother worry?" After speaking, she struggled to get up from the bed. Xiaohua Ji hurriedly stepped forward to support her and said, "Mother, you rest. I will feed you steamed buns." Xiaohua Ji's mother didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "You Xiaohua, why can't you grow up? What's wrong?" "Mother." Xiaohua Ji was very puzzled. Xiaohua Ji's mother lovingly looked at her son, who was just 9 years old. She knew that he was still very childish. She explained, "He is the young master of a large family. He came to our house and gave us something to eat. No matter what, we have to meet him and thank him." And after pausing for a moment, she continued, "In the end, he is a stranger. Mother also needs to meet him. Don't let him deceive you." Ji Xiaohua sensibly nodded her head. She helped her mother get her outer garment and shoes, and then helped her mother out of the room. When Zhang Xiaohua saw him come out, she quickly went forward and wanted to greet him. The woman rushed to greet him and said, "Young master, this lowly concubine Zhang greets young master." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "Auntie, you're welcome. You're not in good health, so you should rest in the house." Madame Zhang was in her 30s, but her hair was already white. At first glance, she looked even older than Guisufei a few years ago. It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua called her Auntie the moment she arrived. In fact, he didn't know what to call her. Mrs. Zhang smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, don't be like this. This lowly concubine can't afford it. Just call me Mrs. Zhang." As he spoke, he coughed a few more times. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then it's better to call you Aunt Zhang." Madame Zhang repeatedly said that she didn't dare. Then, she carefully sized up Zhang Xiaohua and thought to herself, this young master is not bad. He is very approachable and doesn't have the air of a young master. Look at the long robe he is wearing, which is unique in Songning City. Moreover, he looks very kind and doesn't have a trace of darkness. Just looking at him makes people feel at ease. Nonsense. This fellow was originally a kind-hearted country boy. How could he have the misgivings in Madame Zhang's heart? Madame Zhang coughed for a while and said, "What does young master want Xiaohua to do for you? If it's convenient, can you tell this lowly concubine?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard the two words Xiaohua, he felt both strange and familiar. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. Aunt Zhang, I'm not from here. Just now I was almost cheated in Ji Xiaohua's tea house." Thanks to Ji Xiaohua's reminder, I thought that I might encounter some trouble in Soning Town, so I wanted to find a local to guide me and help me bargain so that people wouldn't cheat me. I saw that Ji Xiaohua is very clever and dutiful, so I wanted him to help me. However, I also caused him to be fired by the tea house owner. "Don't worry, I will compensate him." Zhang Xiaohua kept saying Ji Xiaohua, but he couldn't say the two words Xiaohua no matter what. When Madame Zhang heard this, a stone fell to the ground. She coughed and said, "In that case, let Xiaohua follow young master for a few days. However, don't mention the compensation. Since he helped young master, he can only take young master's share of the money. Xiaohua should understand this." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's fine, Aunt Zhang. Actually, it's just helping me buy a horse and asking about some things. It won't take a few days, probably half a day." Madame Zhang's expression didn't change, but Ji Xiaohua next to her was greatly disappointed. He wanted to earn more money, but today, he only earned 11 copper coins. Madame Zhang turned to Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, go and follow young master. Be careful and don't get cheated. Go quickly and come back quickly." Ji Xiaohua nodded his head and stood beside Zhang Xiaohua. After Zhang Xiaohua saluted Madame Zhang, he took Ji Xiaohua out of the small courtyard. When they walked out of the small courtyard, Ji Xiaohua deliberately turned his head and shouted, "Nyangqin, eat the steamed buns while they're hot. By the way, eat a vegetable steamed bun first, then eat a meat steamed bun." Madame Zhang coughed and nodded her head with a smile, but her footsteps didn't slow down even half an inch. After leaving Ji Xiaohua's house, the first thing Zhang Xiaohua did was to ask him to bring her to a ready-made clothing store. She bought a set of very ordinary clothes and wore them outside. That was because anyone who wore strange clothes would be stared at wherever they went. The first thing Zhang Xiaohua did was to find ordinary clothes to change into. However, Zhang Xiaohua was already immune to cold and heat. That black robe was obviously a good thing. He took it and was willing to take it off. He just wore it inside. As the saying goes, people rely on their clothes and horses rely on their saddle. When Zhang Xiaohua changed into ordinary clothes, he immediately became ordinary. He no longer had the aura of a young master. Ji Xiaohua praised from the side, "Young master, you're really amazing. After changing your clothes, you look like an ordinary person and not a young master." Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and secretly said, "Isn't this nonsense? He doesn't look like a young master. He's just an ordinary person. Where did this young master come from?" After changing the clothes, the effect was obvious. On the street, no one looked at the two ordinary young people. Even when Zhang Xiaohua and others came to the horse market to choose horses, no one paid attention to them. Fortunately, Xiaohua was a local and was very familiar with this place. Not long after, he helped them find a shop with a good reputation. The shop assistant's attitude towards the two was average and didn't discriminate too much. This made Zhang Xiaohua very satisfied. However, when it came to choosing horses, the shop assistant was very dissatisfied. Why? No matter what horse the shop assistant recommended, the tall and seemingly inconspicuous young man shook his head and didn't even take a step closer. After looking at 8 horses in a row, the shop assistant was very tired. Even Xiaohua, who was standing at the side and preparing to help bargain, was full of doubts. In the end, the shop assistant couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Brother, are you here to make trouble or to buy horses? I've already taken 8 horses, and you said no after taking a look. You didn't even walk close. How do you know that it's not to your liking?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's not that I can't forget you, but these horses are not suitable. The horses I want are not ordinary horses." The shop assistant was surprised and said, "If it's not an ordinary flattery, then what should it be like?" After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua said, "It should be the kind that can carry heavy loads." "Heavy loads?" The shop assistant was stunned and said, "How heavy should it be?" "Oh, 3 to 4,000 caddies." "What? 3 to 4,000 caddies? Not 3 to 400 caddies?" The shop assistant said in disbelief. "Are you sure?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, it's 1,000 caddies, not 100 caddies." The shop assistant shook his head like a rattle drum and said, "That's impossible. I've never heard of a horse that can carry 3 to 4,000 caddies. You want a cow, right?" "Oh no, the legendary camel." Ji Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, seemed to understand at this time. She looked thoughtfully at the long sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. The shop assistant only thought that Zhang Xiaohua was tricking him and didn't take it to heart. He was about to greet the other customers when Xiaohua hurried forward and said with a smile, "Big brother, don't misunderstand. My family's young master has some special requirements. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to your shop. Is your shopkeeper here? Perhaps the old man has some ideas?" Ji Xiao was not very old. In the eyes of the waiter, he was just a clever page boy. The waiter pondered for a while and then went into the inner room. Not long after, a tall and sturdy man came out from the inner room. He frowned and looked at the inconspicuous Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe. Then he asked, "Young master, the horse you want is really not available in this shop. Why don't you go to another stables to look?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and cupped her hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper. By the way, can you let me see your best horse?" "This." The sturdy man hesitated. Ji Xiaohua smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, don't be afraid. If it suits my family's young master, you will be rewarded. Quickly go and bring it over." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she also understood the shopkeeper's meaning. She wanted to take out the banknotes from her purse and show it to the shopkeeper, but he didn't know how much the best horse cost. If she rashly took out the banknotes, if it was less, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Seeing Ji Xiaohua deal with it so calmly, she pursed her lips and smiled without saying anything. The sturdy man hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, "It's okay. I just want to take a look. Young master, please follow me to the back to take a look." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ji Xiaohua with satisfaction and followed the sturdy man to the back. After turning a few small aisles, they entered a large courtyard. At a glance, there were dozens of tall horses in this courtyard. However, they couldn't use their divine sense to recognize the horses. Otherwise, wouldn't Zhang Xiaohua be able to sweep them away? Just when Zhang Xiaohua was overwhelmed, the sturdy man turned around and said, "Young master, please come with me." After that, he brought Zhang Xiaohua to a stable in the corner facing the sun. He saw that there was a tall and beautiful date red horse tied to the stable. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much about horses, he could roughly tell whether it was good or bad. This horse was obviously not on the same level as the one the shopkeeper brought over. "Please add it to your collection. Please give a tip. Thank you." Chapter 320. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Shopkeeper is really hiding something. Compared to what I saw just now, it's much better." The man was not embarrassed as he laughed and said, "This kind of horse is my favorite. How could I casually give it away? If it wasn't for the fact that young master really loves horses and sincerely asked for it, how could I bear to part with it?" "Bullshit. Isn't it just to buy more money? How do I look like someone who loves horses? I just want to find a horse that can carry a sword." Hey. Zhang Xiaohua silently cursed in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't know if this one can come closer to take a look." The man said, "Of course, but young master should be careful. This horse's temper is very fierce, and it won't submit to people. It wasn't easy for this one to subdue it." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, indicating that it was fine. She slowly walked closer. This was a good horse with a fat body. It could be seen at a glance. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walk closer, the horse's eyes revealed a vigilant look. Its hind legs also trembled, eager to try. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she stopped and turned her head to ask, "Shopkeeper, can I touch it?" The man smiled and said, "Of course you can." He quickly walked in front of the date red horse and took the reins. He used his hand to comb the horse's mane and the horse immediately became docile. However, its hooves kept kicking the ground as if it was warning Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she walked in front of the horse and stroked the back of the date red horse. The mane was very soft and very comfortable to touch. Xiaohua curiously walked forward and looked at the date red horse with envy. Zhang Xiaohua stroked it for a while and then gave a look to Ji Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua was stunned, but she immediately understood. She walked behind the man and asked, "Shopkeeper, this one has something to ask." When the man heard this, he unconsciously turned around and said, "Little brother, what is the problem? But please tell me." While he was turning around, Zhang Xiaohua exerted force with her hands. The date red horse's legs went soft, and it almost fell to the ground. Then it raised its head and let out a sad neigh. Zhang Xiaohua quickly pulled back her hands and put them behind her back. Before the burly man could finish his question, he heard the neigh of a horse. His expression changed, and he quickly turned around. At this time, the date red horse had already stood up. Its forelegs were slightly trembling, and its head was shaking uneasily. It looked at Zhang Xiaohua with eyes full of fear. Zhang Xiaohua stood aside with her arms folded, looking like she had nothing to do with it. The burly man looked at the restless date red horse, and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure. She looked harmless to humans and animals. He was a little puzzled and quickly comforted his beloved BMW. Ji Xiaohua, on the other hand, saw everything clearly, and her heart couldn't help but be filled with astonishment. On the side of the road in Soning Town, he couldn't even pick up that unremarkable sword, even after using all of his strength. Just now, this thin and weak youth's 2 hands pressed down on the tall horse until it almost went limp. In addition, he had just said that he could carry a horse that weighed several thousand jin. He wasn't a fool, so how could he not know about this youth's strange state? When the burly man turned around, Ji Xiaohua's heart calmed down a little. "Little brother, do you have any questions that I need to answer?" Ji Xiaohua had an idea and said, "I wonder what price the shopkeeper will give for this divine horse." When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately became spirited and mysteriously stretched out a finger. Ji Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "10 taels of silver." Although Ji Xiaohua also grew up in the southern part of the city, she had only seen other people's transactions from afar and didn't know the specific market price. She only felt that the high price of 10 taels of silver was already out of her expectations. Zhang Xiaohua had never bought anything before, but the last time he bought a long sword from He Tianshu, he had spent 7 taels of silver. How could this handsome date red horse only be worth 10 taels of silver? However, she already didn't plan on buying this horse, so she didn't say anything. When the shopkeeper heard this, his expression slightly changed, and he said with a smile, "Little brother really knows how to joke. A mere 10 taels of silver can only buy a mule. How can it buy this BMW? Could it be that you want 100 taels?" Ji Xiaohua clenched her teeth and said a number that she couldn't imagine. No. The shopkeeper shook his head. "Oh, it's less than 100 taels. Little brother, you're wrong. It's 1,000 taels." The shopkeeper said to Ji Xiaohua with a smile, but his eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked and secretly said, "It's quite dark. It's better to rob." You. Ji Xiaohua didn't know what to say and only used her little finger to point at the brawny man. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to stay any longer. She smiled and cupped her hands. "Shopkeeper, thank you for showing us such a divine horse. It's a pity that I don't have enough money. It's better to go to another store to have a look." After saying that, he smiled and led Ji Xiaohua back the way they came. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly followed and said, "Young master, if you don't have enough cash, you can let the waiter follow you back to get it." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua ignored him, he said, "Well, seeing that young master really wants to buy it, I have to reluctantly give it up. 800 taels, I can't go any lower. Young master, what do you think?" After that, he actually followed Zhang Xiaohua and lowered the price again and again until it was 200 taels. Zhang Xiaohua actually didn't know how much the horse was worth. She just made up her mind not to buy it. She let the shopkeeper keep lowering the price, but she didn't say anything. Finally, when they reached the door, the shopkeeper was anxious and said, "Young master, how much are you willing to pay?" Zhang Xiaohua stopped and wanted to haggle with him for 10 taels. But after thinking about it, why bother? It wasn't easy for others to buy it. She didn't plan to buy it. Why did she have to tease him? Thinking of this, she shook her head with a smile and went straight out. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, the shopkeeper didn't chase after her. He shrugged, changed his expression, and continued to do his business. Zhang Xiaohua walked for a while with Ji Xiaohua. Suddenly, she stopped and asked, "Ji Xiaohua, aren't you leading me? Why did you let me walk in front?" When Ji Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Young master walked very fast. This little one couldn't catch up." After saying this, she hurriedly walked in front and led Zhang Xiaohua to another place. At this moment, in Ji Xiaohua's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer a kind-hearted and good-natured hedonistic son of rich parents. Instead, he was a person covered in a mysterious halo. After walking for a while, as expected, there was the sound of a horse neighing again. However, Ji Xiaohua turned around and said, "Young master, the Jade Gate Horse Company we just went to is the largest in Songning Town and has the best reputation. If there isn't anything to your liking, I reckon that the other 2 places don't have it either." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I was careless. I didn't think that the horse couldn't bear the weight." Ji Xiaohua was speechless. This sentence sounded a bit like a young master's. Indeed, the other 2 places didn't have as many horses as the previous one. The horses didn't look as good as the previous one, and the starting price was even higher. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to try it out. After a few words, he left. When Ji Xiaohua saw that she didn't help Zhang Xiaohua, she was unhappy and walked with her head lowered. Looking at the sun in the sky, Ji Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "Young master, what do you think is next?" Seeing that Ji Xiaohua wasn't happy, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The next thing is simple. I want to know how to get to Pingyang City or Lu Town. Where do you think I should go?" When Ji Xiaohua heard this, she thought for a while and said with a smile, "This little one knows. Young master, please follow me." After saying this, she brought Zhang Xiaohua to the front of a tea house. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, "Can this kind of information be found in this tea house?" Ji Xiaohua smiled and said, "Young master, don't be anxious. In this Jing city, there are only tea houses and wine shops that are well informed. But if you have to follow along, it's better for you to go by yourself. Why would you need me? Please take a seat in this tea house, brew a pot of good tea, and enjoy it carefully. Wait for me to go and find out for you. What do you think?" "Ah, is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua really didn't enjoy such treatment. He touched his chin and said with a smile, "Okay, Ji Xiaohua, if you can find out more details, I'll reward you with more copper coins." Ji Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's good. Young man, come with me." Afterwards, Ji Xiaohua led Zhang Xiaohua to the tea house and ordered some tea for him. She asked around in the tea house and then quickly ran out again. Zhang Xiaohua sat under the sun, basking in the warm sun as he tasted the fragrant tea and waited quietly. It seemed that at this moment, he finally understood the true meaning of silver. In his mind, he removed the equating sign between silver and food. Sigh. He sighed and looked away from the steam rising from the teacup to the bustling crowd on the street outside the tea house. He couldn't help but feel a sense of realization. Humans, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be in trance. His consciousness rose up high and watched the people on the street. Gradually, there were more and more people on several streets. Later, he saw the entire Songning town and the entire town. He also seemed to see Xiaohua running around busily. However, these people slowly became as small as ants in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Their actions were extremely laughable. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness rose higher and higher. He felt like a white cloud floating in the sky. Everything on the ground had nothing to do with him. His heart only yearned for that freedom. In the tea house, Zhang Xiaohua's body held the teacup in his left hand under the sunlight. He didn't move at all, and it didn't even blink. He actually had an otherworldly appearance. There was a faint flicker of brilliance, and sometimes there was even a hint of transparency. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness rose higher and higher. He actually saw the sea, the ships on the sea, and the islands that were like black dots. In Zhang Xiaohua's heart, there was no trace of emotion. He just rose up like that. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded through the world. "Young master, what are you doing?" In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness, which had floated high, suddenly fell down. The situation just now seemed to be rewinding. He fell to the ground. In an instant, he fell from the ninth heaven to the tea house. Zhang Xiaohua's body didn't move. His eyes immediately lit up. He blinked and saw Xiaohua beside him looking at him with a face full of fear. The boiling hot teacup in his hand was already cold. The noon sun had already passed the top of his head. Chapter 321. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Only then did he realize that the boiling hot teacup in his hand had already turned cold. The noon sun had already passed over his head, and his body, which was sitting under the sunlight, was gradually moving into the shadows. The fleeting moment had actually taken such a long time. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. He felt that it had only been a few breaths of time. This feeling was really very strange. After carefully savoring that mysterious feeling, Zhang Xiaohua had a kind of understanding in his heart. It was an indescribable feeling. Then, with a thought, he secretly checked the cultivation of the Heart Sutra. Sure enough, the stagnant cultivation had already shown signs of loosening. It was as if he could see the light of the sixth layer. Zhang Xiaohua was very emotional. In the past, he had to painstakingly absorb the vitality in vitality stones in order to advance a little. Just now, in just a few breaths of time, his cultivation, which had been unable to advance no matter how much vitality he absorbed, had advanced a solid step forward. It seemed that the cultivation methods of the middle and early stages of the Qi refinement realm were still very different. Thinking about the situation just now, Zhang Xiaohua still felt some lingering fear. He wasn't too sure if the situation was lucky or unlucky. He only knew that if Ji Xiaohua had called him a little later, perhaps his consciousness really would have flown beyond the nine heavens. Misfortune is where fortune lies. Fortune lies where misfortune lies. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ji Xiaohua's childish and anxious face and felt very emotional. He had only come to Songning Town to inquire about the way home, but he had met this child who had the same name as him, and so many things had happened. The improvement of his mental state and the increase of his cultivation were real matters. All of this was inextricably linked to Ji Xiaohua. However, what could he do for him? Although he knew how to refine pills, he only had a pile of fasting pills. He didn't have any immortal pills for living people or pills for curing illnesses. Although he cultivated the path of immortality, he only knew how to kill people. What could he help him with? Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua called out again, "Young master, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How could I be all right? I'm fine, I'm fine." Then he called out, "Waiter, give me some desserts." "All right," the shop assistant in the distance replied cheerfully. But in his heart, he secretly thought, this guy must be a fake young master. He didn't even drink a cup of tea and sat there for the whole afternoon. Isn't it because he's afraid of eating too much snacks? When he saw that his companions were here, he quickly ordered one. I've seen a lot of people like him." Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the stool and said, "Ji Xiaohua, have a seat. You look exhausted. Drink some water first and have some snacks later." After that, he picked up the teapot and poured some water for Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua didn't dare to sit down and rushed to pour herself. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You'd better do it. I want to thank you with this cup of water." Xiaohua said shyly, "Young master, you're welcome. Didn't you want me to do something for you?" Zhang Xiaohua reached out and patted him on the shoulder to let him sit down. She put the poured tea in front of him and said, "I have something else to thank you for." Xiaohua said in surprise, "Young master is amazing." "You already know?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What do I know? Is this not what young master is talking about?" Xiaohua said as she carefully took out a piece of white cloth. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua asked. So young master doesn't know. Know what? How would I know? If you don't tell me, of course I don't know. Only if you tell me will I know. Zhang Xiaohua was in a good mood and chatted with Ji Xiaohua. At this moment, the waiter served the fragrant pastries. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the pastries and said, "This is also to thank you. Eat to your heart's content." Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and swallowed her saliva. She said, "Young Master Xie, you should take a look at this first." Zhang Xiaohua took the white cloth and unfolded it. On the upper right corner were the words Songning Town, and on the lower left corner were Pingyang City and Lu Town. In the middle were a few other names. In between these names, there were many lines drawn. Could this be the route from Songning Town to Lu Town and Pingyang City? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's surprised expression, Ji Xiaohua was very pleased. As he ate the desserts, he said, "Young master, the Pingyang City that you mentioned is really far away. I've asked a few people, and they all told me different things. However, this route is what most of them said. Moreover, it's really a coincidence that someone in Lu Town had gone there to sell silk before and found out about it." Silk? Why didn't I know that Lu Town produces silk? Young master, it's just fake silk. Oh, I see. Subsequently, Xiaohua continued, "I could have come back earlier, but I thought that if I told you, you might forget in a while. I wanted to draw one myself, but it was like a cat scratching. I had no choice but to find a street artist to help me draw it." Following that, she took a big bite of the crispy pastry and said angrily, "That guy actually took advantage of the situation to increase the price and asked me for 3 copper coins. It's more expensive than a New Year's painting." "Oh, young master, I'll pay for these 3 copper coins. You don't have to worry about it. I didn't even manage to buy a horse just now. I feel sorry for making you come here for nothing." Zhang Xiaohua listened with interest. If you paid for yourself, why did you tell me the price of this white cloth? This guy is really clever. He's much better than me when I was young. However, looking at the very detailed lines drawn on the white cloth, why would Zhang Xiaohua care about this little trick? It was smart of him to only do this little trick. There were many lines on the white cloth, but Zhang Xiaohua already understood them with just a glance. They were deeply imprinted in his mind. However, he still carefully folded the white cloth and kept it in his arms. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled even more brightly, as if she had received the biggest reward for her hard work. After eating half of the pastry, Xiaohua stopped eating. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "It's already noon. Is this enough for you?" It's enough. I'm small and my stomach is small. I'm already full." Okay. Now that you're full, come with me to do something else." After Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, he got up and was about to leave. At this moment, Xiaohua asked softly, "Young master, can I take the rest of the pastry away?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and said repeatedly, "Yes, of course you can." Xiaohua hurriedly took out a very clean handkerchief from his arms and carefully wrapped up the remaining pastry, keeping it in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything, letting the waiter settle the bill. After leaving, Xiaohua asked, "Young master, where are we going next?" "A bank." Songning Town was different from Lu Town. It was close to the harbor and had a very developed business. There were several banks alone. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about it, so Ji Xiaohua went to the nearest one. This bank wasn't big and had few customers, which suited Zhang Xiaohua very well. Unlike other places, the bank didn't have any waiter to serve customers, only a tall counter. It was Zhang Xiaohua's first time coming to this kind of place. Looking at Ji Xiaohua, who was also looking around, it must be her first time as well. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the solemn old man behind the counter, took out a banknote, and handed it over. The old man with a grizzled beard was expressionless. He reached out to take it, but when he opened it, he frowned. That's right. Most of the customers who came to the bank would exchange large amounts of silver for banknotes for convenience of carrying around, or exchange banknotes for silver. The bank would take a cut from each transaction. Only when the amount was large would it be worth it. Although this small bank was small in scale, The banknotes that the old man saw were mostly in the hundreds and thousands of denominations. None of them were like the banknotes in front of him, which were only 5 taels. 5 taels was fine, but this banknote wasn't issued by his own bank. If it wasn't a banknote from his family, the old man could refuse to exchange it. However, the bank that issued the banknotes was a rather large one. Although the head office of this bank was far away, it had an alliance with his family. Thus, he had to exchange it for the old man. Furthermore, he couldn't ask for more. The old man thought for a while, then went through the necessary procedures with Zhang Xiaohua and put the 5 taels of silver on the counter. Zhang Xiaohua was about to say something, but the old man said first, "I'll have to trouble this customer to pay a fee of 1 tael of silver first." 1 tael silver? Fee? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "I give you banknotes, and you give me silver. Why should I pay you a fee?" The old man was helpless. Seeing that there weren't many customers in the bank, he patiently explained the details. After listening to the old man's general financial knowledge, Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. This banknote was convenient to carry, but the price was not small. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She had a pile of gold in her purse, but it wasn't suitable to take it out now. She could only bite the bullet and let the bank rip her off. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to the old man, "This old man, I want to exchange this 5 taels of silver for 1 tael of silver. What do you think? All right, this exchange doesn't have a fee, right?" The old man looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This isn't necessary. Then, will your fee be paid from these scattered silver taels?" Zhang Xiaohua gave a thumbs up and said, "Old man is wise. That's exactly what this one meant." The old man was a little happy from this straightforward flattery. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile and said, "I've been working at this counter for dozens of years. What kind of people have I not seen? Just as you were about to lift your foot, I knew what you were going to shit." Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything, but Ji Xiaohua at the side laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and rolled her eyes at Xiaohua. She did not dare to say anything as she was afraid that the old man would say something nice again. When the old man placed the scattered silver taels on the counter, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Old man, if I exchange these silver taels for other shares, such as copper coins, will there be no fee?" The old man was stunned and said, "As long as the banknotes are exchanged for cash, no matter if it is silver or copper coins, there is only one fee. Why is this customer asking this?" Instantly, the old man had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and cheerfully said, "That's great. Please exchange these 5 taels of silver for copper coins." Chapter 322. The old man from the bank was a little dumbfounded. He sat there for a moment, not knowing what to say. After a long while, he muttered, "Could it be that this guest came to our bank to find trouble?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "I'm just taking my money. Who wouldn't have the patience to find trouble with you? Then take the money and go. Why do you need so many copper coins?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. "What's wrong with copper coins? I just like to spend copper coins. What's wrong? Your bank is so big, but you don't even have 5 strings of copper coins?" The old man was also choked by her words. Zhang Xiaohua was right. The bank was famous for money. How could they not have some copper coins in reserve? However, the transactions in this bank were usually gold and silver. If you took a large amount of silver or gold notes, it was very normal. But the person in front of them took 5 taels of silver notes and wanted to exchange them for 5 strings of copper coins, which was a big sum of 5,000 copper coins. This was unprecedented. "Are you a bank or not? Do you have copper coins?" Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. The old man came to his senses and confirmed, "Guest, do you really want to exchange them for copper coins?" "Yes, I want to exchange them for copper coins." The old man still persuaded, "Guest, when you go to the market to spend, you can just use the scattered silver. Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" Zhang Xiaohua insisted, "Isn't the wall of your bank written, 'Above guest'? Can't you satisfy this small request of mine?" The old man looked at the four big words on the wall and had no choice but to stand up and say, Shao San, Shao Si, go and give this guest 5 strings of copper coins. Wait. Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and took out 2 banknotes from his bosom. By the way, old mister, can I trouble you to exchange one of these banknotes for a copper coin and the other for a copper coin? Ah. The old man was stunned. Why do you want to exchange them? Yes. Don't tell me your bank doesn't have any copper coins? The old man sighed helplessly. He waved his hand and said, Shao Si, you two go to the back and see if there are enough copper coins in our treasury. Fortunately, it didn't take long for them to hear groaning and groaning behind them. The 2 of them carried out a bunch of copper coins and walked to the back of the counter with great effort. They then used a lot of strength to place the coins on the tall counter. At this moment, the 2 of them had never complained more about who designed such a tall counter. Seeing the small mountain of copper coins on the counter, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy. He had never thought that 10 taels of silver could be exchanged for so many copper coins. Looking at the dozens of small pieces of silver on the side, they were also worth half of this mountain of copper coins. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's almost zero knowledge of finance was added with another thick stroke. Looking at so many copper coins, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, Old man, can your bank give me a big gunny sack? The old man was already depressed enough from her harassment. He didn't say anything and waved his hand at Shao San. Shao San casually took out an old gunny sack from under his feet and threw it on the pile of money. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind and happily took it. He put the 10,000 copper coins into the gunny sack and carried it with his hand. Then, he turned his hand and grabbed the dozens of small pieces of silver on the counter and put them into his bosom. Then he quietly stood there. The old man saw that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't leave and frowned. Guest, is there anything else? Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. He opened his mouth to say something, but the old man quickly said, Guest, you should hurry up and do your own things. Our bank really doesn't have any spare copper coins. Even if you want to exchange, you can't. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, Since you really don't have any, I won't exchange. However, your bank should carry more copper coins. Maybe I will exchange them tomorrow. The old man sat behind the counter and rolled his eyes. He almost fainted. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, Guest, please walk slowly. I still have things to do, so I won't stand up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, You really want me to leave now? Yes, guest, you should hurry up and leave. At this time, the old man no longer cared about the guest is above all shop rules on the wall and said what was in his heart. Okay, I will leave now. After that, Zhang Xiaohua easily picked up the big sack and turned to walk out of the bank. Behind him, Xiaohua was also puzzled. As soon as they walked out of the bank, Xiaohua quickly caught up with Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, Young master, did you make a mistake just now? It seems that, before Ji Xiaohua finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua looked back and took Ji Xiaohua to run. He didn't care about the direction. After turning several intersections, he stopped and said with a smile, I made a lot of money. I made a lot of money today. Today's money is worth a month of my time in Huanxi Mountain Villa. Young master, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Is it because the bank doesn't have a commission? Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain to him and said, You are just a child. What do you know? Let's go. At this time in the bank, the old man just got out of his impetuous state and was leisurely tasting the fragrant tea. He seemed to feel that something was missing in his heart. Suddenly, he put the teacup on the table and asked, Shao San, Shao Si, when you gave the young man the money just now, did you take out the commission? The 2 of them looked at each other and explained, The commission has always been taken by you. Of course, we will not snatch it from you. Oh, I was confused by this little rascal just now and forgot to deduct the commission. After saying that, they hurriedly ran out of the bank and couldn't see him. The old man looked left and right, but didn't see him. He stomped his feet and walked back. The 2 of them comforted him. Don't be anxious, old man. Didn't that rascal say that he will come back tomorrow? We will ask him to return it tomorrow. Return my ass. Didn't you see that the banknote says Pingyang City? This rascal is from another city. Who knows, he might leave the city in a while. Why would he come back tomorrow? The two of them pursed their lips and said, So, old man knew that he was from another city. That's why you said that the commission was 1 copper coin. It's not like you don't have a share in it. What's there to be indignant about? Forget it, forget it. You have been hunting geese every day. Today you have been pecked in the eye by the geese. Go? Where do you want to go now, young master? Xiaohua Ji asked very responsibly. Zhang Xiaohua held the long sword in one hand and the sack in the other. She didn't have a third hand to rub her chin. She thought for a while and said, Let's go to your house first. Go to my house. Xiaohua Ji didn't understand. However, she still listened to Zhang Xiaohua Ji's words and turned to lead the way. At this moment, an old man wearing a felt hat and ragged clothes slowly walked over from the side. Behind him was a sluggish animal that looked neither like a mule nor a horse. The animal carried a pile of dry firewood on its back. Its fur was messy and dirty. There was even a large bald patch. An unpleasant smell could be smelled from afar. When Xiaohua Ji saw the old man, she smiled and shouted from afar, Old man Hao, did you go out to collect firewood again? When the old man heard the voice, he raised his wrinkled old face and opened his turbid eyes. He looked around and said with dissatisfaction, Xiaohua, why didn't you go to the tea shed to help today? Xiaohua Ji blushed and argued, Old man Hao, it's not that I didn't put an effort. It's just that the shopkeeper. Old man Hao raised his hand and rubbed Xiaohua Ji's little head. He sighed and said, I know, Xiaohua. The shopkeeper is a little stingy. However, where can we, poor people, not be bullied? Tomorrow, I'll go and talk to you again. With my face, the tea house owner might be able to recognize me. You can earn as much as you can. The tea house has never been exposed to wind or rain, so it's very suitable for you. Seeing that old man Hao was educating Xiaohua Ji, Zhang Xiaohua could only stand aside and listen. This was no different from the kind uncles and aunties in the Guizhuang house. Even if it wasn't their own child, they would do their best to help as long as they could. At this moment, the animal standing next to them opened its almost closed eyes and sniffed. It seemed to have smelled something. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua, its eyes seemed to brighten. Therefore, it dragged its feet and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. It raised its head and put its strange head in front of her. Although the animal smelled a little strange, Zhang Xiaohua grew up in the countryside. How could she be afraid of this? Zhang Xiaohua threw the sack on the ground and raised her hand to stroke the animal's head. The animal seemed to enjoy it very much. It even stuck out its tongue and licked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt itchy and very comfortable. When she looked at the animal's eyes again, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The animal's eyes seemed to be filled with longing, desire, and expectation. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe it. She rubbed her eyes with her hand. When she looked carefully again, sure enough, the half-closed and listless eyes were now wide open and quietly looking at her. The animal's eyes seemed to be intelligent and seemed to be transmitting its thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua remembered to look carefully at the strange animal. The animal's face looked like a horse's. It was long, but there were 2 protrusions on its head, which seemed to be like antlers. Its hooves were large, similar to a cow's, or even larger. The big tail behind it was like a donkey's. This strange animal looked like a deer, but it was not a deer. It looked like a horse, but it was not a horse. It looked like a cow, but it was not a cow. It looked like a donkey, but it was not a donkey. What was it? Xiaohua listened to Father Hao's lecture. When she saw the animal licking Zhang Xiaohua's hand, she quickly went up and said, Young master, stay away. Don't dirty your clothes. But when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to mind at all, she smiled and said, Young master, Huan Huan is the cutest. It's gentle and won't bite. You probably haven't come into contact with animals. Huan Huan seems to like you very much. Then, she said embarrassedly, Although Huan Huan smells, it will be very clean after washing. If you don't like it, I can wash it away now. Only then did Father Hao notice Zhang Xiaohua next to Xiaohua. He asked, This young master is? Ji Xiaohua told him the purpose of Zhang Xiaohua's visit. Father Hao smiled and nodded. Chapter 323. Huan Huan. Zhang Xiaohua looked at this dirty, strange animal with several bald patches of fur. She couldn't help but smile. She stroked the horns on Huan Huan's head. Those were two bald horns. Ji Xiaohua saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't dislike Huan Huan and became happier. Zhang Xiaohua was about to ask him, but Old Man Hao said, "Xiaohua, you accompany the young master. I'll take Huan Huan back." Xiaohua smiled and said, "The young master said he wanted to go to my house. Let's go together." Then she turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Young master, put your sack on the firewood. Huan Huan is very strong. She can carry it." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She didn't show anything strange on her face. She reached out to pick up the sack from the ground and put it on Huan Huan's back. Sure enough, the animal didn't seem to feel anything. As the three walked, Ji Xiaohua told Zhang Xiaohua about Huan Huan. It turned out that Huan Huan didn't belong to Old Man Hao. Last year, when Xiaohua went to the mountain forest outside the city to collect firewood, she picked it up from a ravine. When Ji Xiaohua met Huan Huan, the horns on Huan Huan's head had been cut off. There were also a few arrows on its body, leaving a lot of blood. It didn't look like it would live. Ji Xiaohua happened to have some wow medicine with her. She applied it on Huan Huan and brought it back little by little from the mountain forest. However, Ji Xiaohua and Madame Zhang weren't good at raising animals, so they handed it over to Old Man Hao. After treatment, it was finally saved. Ji Xiaohua named it Huan Huan. Xiaohua's family didn't usually need this animal, so they left it with Old Man Hao. Every day, it would help Old Man Hao carry some things. During the busy farming season, it would also help other people in the fields. At this point, Xiaohua's heart also moved, and she said sincerely, "Young master, Huan Huan is very good at carrying things, but I don't know if it's to your liking. However, it's not like a horse, it's good at running, and if you ride it." At this point, he couldn't continue. He really hoped that his Huan Huan could help Zhang Xiaohua, but if Zhang Xiaohua really rode this thing that was neither a donkey nor a horse, wouldn't she be ridiculed to death? Huan Huan seemed to be able to understand Xiaohua's words and was extremely unhappy. She struggled against the reins in his hands and let out a long cry to express her objection. Xiaohua Ji quickly patted Huan Huan's back to express her sympathy. Zhang Xiaohua was also depressed. Yes, who didn't like to wear bright clothes, ride a tall horse, and swagger through the streets? But even a tall horse couldn't carry a long sword. Even if Huan Huan could carry a long sword, if it couldn't run as fast as a tall horse, what use would he have for it? Right now, I just want to find a proper way to go home. Carrying such a heavy sword, even if I take a carriage, it's still inconvenient. I can only travel alone. Since I can't buy a horse, I can only travel alone. Alas, it's easy to use lightness skills in the forest where there's no one, but it's extremely inappropriate to use lightness skills along the main road. I've never heard of people in the martial arts world using lightness skills to travel along the official road in broad daylight. Yes, they don't use lightness skills to travel because they're afraid of exhausting their internal strength, but I'm not afraid. I have primordial stones to replenish the energy of heaven and earth. Why would I be afraid of running out of vital qi? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes unconsciously lit up. But then he thought, if I used the levitation skill to travel from Songning Town to Luzhen Town, my name would have spread throughout the martial arts world. Forget it, I'll keep a low profile. If I'm looking for trouble for no reason, it's better to use the usual method to go back. There must be a reason why people in the martial arts world don't use lightness skills to travel. There must be a reason. Then, Zhang Xiaohua touched his chin and looked at Huan Huan. He didn't know if this monster could carry a long sword. Well, the most important thing was, could it run fast enough? As for whether riding this monster was ugly or not, he threw that thought to the back of his mind. He had ridden a donkey in the Guozhuang house before, so it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua asked tentatively, "Xiaohua Ji, how heavy can Huan Huan carry?" "Young master, you have to ask Old Man Hao about this. I've never used Huan Huan like this." Old Man Hao, who was walking slowly in front, turned around and said, "Young master, I'm not boasting, but Huan Huan is really the best animal I've ever seen. The mule squeaked when it carried a little bit of firewood, but Huan Huan didn't respond at all. It's even good at plowing the fields. Not only can it walk steadily, but it also plows deeply. It often does the work of other cows for 2 days. Several farmers near the city want to buy it, but Xiaohua is unwilling to part with it. That's why I've been keeping it. After saying that, he sighed and said, "Actually, young master, to tell you the truth, how can this old man not know Xiaohua's thoughts? My house is so bare. If I have Huan Huan as my companion, it won't seem lonely. Moreover, I can use Huan Huan to carry firewood every day. When the farm is busy, Huan Huan can help me get some pocket money. If I sell Huan Huan, this old man's life will be more difficult." Xiaohuaji blushed and said, "Old man Hao, I'm not so noble. When I saw Huan Huan plowing the fields, I wasn't in a good mood. I knew it didn't like plowing, so I didn't sell it. If it entered someone else's house, wouldn't it have to plow the fields every day?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled at the side and didn't say anything. The ugly Huan Huan seemed to like Zhang Xiaohua very much. As it walked, it rubbed against Zhang Xiaohua. It sniffed his body and snorted from time to time. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua asked tentatively, "Xiaohuaji, you like Huan Huan so much. If I want it, are you willing to sell it to me?" Xiaohuaji stopped and slowed down. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's seemingly serious expression, he panicked first. He lowered his head, looked at the ground, and then at the reins in his hand, and said, "Young master, you really want it, but Huan Huan can't run fast, but he was a little incoherent, but then he raised his head, and his eyes became firmer. He said, "Young master, if you really want to buy it, give me more money. Old man Hao relies on Huan Huan to live." It seemed that Xiaohuaji really didn't want to part with this ugly animal. His words were a little incoherent, but his heart couldn't stand Zhang Xiaohua. At the last moment, he was a little ruthless and made a decision. However, ordinary people would think that the previous refusal was just for the sake of the final increase in the price. After all, this animal was his, and old man Hao was just raising it for him. However, from the short contact just half a day ago, Zhang Xiaohua knew that although the scabby child in front of him loved money, he wasn't greedy. The last sentence was indeed the main point of his words, but it was indeed his heartfelt words. He would indeed give most of the money he used to buy the animal to old man Hao. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Xiaohuaji, but Huan Huan is yours. Why did you give the money to old man Hao?" Xiaohuaji also asked strangely, "Young master, although Huan Huan is mine, I can't raise it. Old man Hao is helping me raise it. I have to give the money to old man Hao. What's so strange about this?" Zhang Xiaohua blinked, touched her nose, and thought, "What a good child." Old man Hao, who was next to them, became vigilant and asked, "Young master, what do you want this animal for? Your family doesn't lack animals to farm, and you don't have to worry about the family's land. Why make the child unhappy?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, "Old man Hao, don't blame me. I was just joking with Xiaohuaji. What I need is a fast horse. This ugly animal isn't a horse. What I want it for? Don't you think so, Xiaohuaji?" Hearing this, Xiaohuaji said embarrassedly, "Young master, are you really joking with me?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohuaji nodding affirmatively, she was relieved and said with a smile, "I really thought that young master liked Huan Huan. Look at its rotten body. How can it be worthy of young master?" While speaking, her eyes were a little absent-minded and flashed with guilt. She quickened her steps and led Huan Huan forward. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the south of the city. Old man Hao's house was close to the street, but it was also shabby. The inside was even dirtier and smelled very bad. It was even worse than Ji Xiaohua's house. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. She stood at the door and took down the sack on Huan Huan's back. When she wanted help with the firewood, Xiaohuaji wouldn't let her. She could only watch them, one old and one young, move the big bundle of firewood from Huan Huan's back with difficulty. I don't know how old man Hao got the firewood on Huan Huan's back outside the city. Zhang Xiaohuaji sighed. When Ji Xiaohuaji led Huan Huan to the corner of the courtyard where flies were everywhere and the stench was endless, Huan Huan wasn't as docile as usual. It stood on all fours like nails. No matter how hard Ji Xiaohua Ji tried, she couldn't move it at all. Later, Old Man Hao also joined in. The two of them tried together, but the odd beast only shook its head left and right. Its eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua at the door and didn't move. Zhang Xiaohua also looked at it in surprise. Just now on the street, he read Huan's emotions. Perhaps it was just a momentary illusion. At this moment, the desire and unwillingness in Huan's eyes were reflected in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. When Ji Xiaohua Ji saw this, she was so anxious that tears almost fell. Her small face flushed red. She mustered all her strength and pulled on Huan's reins, looking at Zhang Xiaohua Ji Hao uneasily from time to time. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua Ji Hao sighed. He turned around, picked up the sack, and left the courtyard. After a while, the light in Huan's eyes disappeared. Her eyes dimmed again, and she closed them again, revealing a slight gap. She moved her feet slowly. Under Ji Xiaohua Ji Hao's command, she walked to the dark corner and stopped moving. She let the flies crawl all over her body. The donkey-like tail behind her was too lazy to move, let alone the swill in front of her that was already rotten. No matter what, she couldn't open her mouth. Ji Xiaohua Ji Hao clearly saw that in the corner of Huan's eyes, there was a sparkling and translucent teardrop. Chapter 3:24. Zhang Xiaohua waited outside Father Hao's door for a long time before Ji Xiaohua arrived. Ji Xiaohua looked very listless. However, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she still forced a smile and said, "Young master, sorry to keep you waiting for a long time." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's okay, it's okay." So Ji Xiaohua led Zhang Xiaohua back to Ji Xiaohua's shabby house. When they arrived at the door, Ji Xiaohua turned around and asked, "Young master, where's my house? Do you want to go in?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, let's go in and talk." Ji Xiaohua was a little absent-minded. She pushed the door and went in without saying hello. Madame Zhang heard the movement inside and forced herself to be alert. She asked in a weak voice, "Xiaohua is back?" Ji Xiaohua was a little flustered and hurriedly responded, "Mother, it's me. I'm back." Madame Zhang coughed for a while and scolded, "You child, you didn't say anything when you entered the house. That young master has already left. Later, you and Mother will go to Father Hao and let him talk to you again. The young master only gave you 10 or so coins, which can't be compared to the long-term income of the tea shed. You'd better go to the owner of the tea shed and admit your mistake. You could be beaten and punished and then boil water for him." "That, Mother, the young master hasn't left yet." With that, Ji Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua apologetically and walked into the shabby house. "What? He hasn't left yet, and you're back? Did you do something wrong again?" Ji Xiaohua's little face was a little red and said, "Mother, I didn't do anything wrong. The young master insisted on coming to our house." "Hey, the young master is here again. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaohua, come and help Mother up." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she wanted to stop him, but after thinking for a moment, she stood there with a smile and didn't move. At this time, she heard Ji Xiaohua's voice inside the room. "Oh, Mother, why haven't you eaten the buns from this morning? It's already noon. You must be starving. I'll heat it up for you now." Then there was a burst of coughing, and then a gentle voice said, "Xiaohua, you must be hungry. Go and heat up the buns. You can eat them. Niangqin just drank last night's corn. I'm not hungry at all." "Mother, that rice stubble has been there for several days. It has a rancid smell. Didn't you say that you would throw it away today? That's why you didn't let me eat it? It's okay." Niangqin originally wanted to throw it away, but after smelling it, it was still edible. "That's why I casually ate it. It can resist hunger and thirst. Xiaohua hasn't eaten buns for a long time, so eat a little more. Niangqin's body is the same, but you're different. You're growing." The mother and son's voices weren't loud, but Zhang Xiaohua heard everything clearly. She was moved and carefully tasted the affection of licking her child. In this world, the mother's love for her son was really the same. She couldn't help but think of her distant mother. Inside the room, Xiaohua said again, "Nyangqin, try it. This is a snack from Tasting Tea Pavilion. The young master ate it at noon. I brought back the rest. Nyangqin doesn't want to eat. You eat it. Nyangqin ate it when she was young. It's a pity that you haven't eaten it yet. I ate it at noon. Nyangqin, the young master, didn't eat a bite at noon. I ate it all. Nyangqin, quickly eat a bite." After saying that, Xiaohua took out a piece from the neatly wrapped handkerchief and put it in front of her mother's mouth. Mrs. Zhang shook her head and said, "Xiaohua, you eat it. Otherwise, you can eat it at night. Nyangqin doesn't feel well and doesn't want to eat it." Xiaohua was a little angry, so she said, "Nyangqin, I know you can eat, but you want me to eat more. However, I'm already 9 years old. I'm no longer a child. Don't lie to me. If you don't eat, I won't eat." Seeing Xiaohua like this, Mrs. Zhang's tears almost fell. She forced a smile and said, "Okay, Xiaohua, good girl. Nyangqin will eat a bite. Okay? Xiaohua, good girl." Inside the room, Ji Xiaohua didn't feel much, but outside the room, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was touched. When she was young, didn't her grandmother call her like this? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were blurred. Her homesickness became stronger. She wished she had wings on her back. With just one flap, she could return to the Guozhuang house and plant new soil for her grandmother's lonely small grave. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua coughed a little in the courtyard and said, "Annie, can you come out for a moment and talk in the courtyard?" When Mrs. Zhang heard this, she hurriedly said, "Young master, please wait a moment. This lowly concubine will go out immediately. Young master has been waiting in the courtyard for a long time." Xiaohua also whispered, "Io, Nyangqin, I forgot that young master was in the courtyard." Mrs. Zhang sighed and said, "Xiaohua, you are still young. Did you offend young master in the morning? Quickly, help Nyangqin out." "How could that be? Nyangqin, there is no such thing." Xiaohua felt very wronged. You're just a child. If you didn't offend him, would young master come here?" Mrs. Zhang didn't believe Xiaohua. As soon as they went out, Mrs. Zhang apologized. "Young master, did Xiaohua offend young master in the morning? Or did she do something wrong? This lowly concubine will apologize on her behalf." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly returned the courtesy and said, "Auntie is too polite. I really didn't. Xiaohua is a good child. I'm very satisfied with her. I came here to say goodbye to you. I also have something to tell you." Mrs. Zhang felt strange, but she still politely asked, "Young master, you don't have to be polite. If this lowly concubine or Xiaohua can help, we will definitely help." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while, organized her words, and then said, "It's like this, Auntie. Xiaohua helped me a lot in the morning. He was very considerate. It was far beyond my imagination. Originally, I told him that I will give him 11 copper coins, but I suddenly changed my mind." When Mrs. Zhang heard this, she was somewhat puzzled. She thought, "It's fine if you don't want to give money. But why did you say that my son did a good job? But if you want to give more, you should give him some tips. I really don't understand." She saluted again and said, "Young master is too polite. If Xiaohua didn't take care of him well, you shouldn't give him any copper coins. Besides, you gave him steamed buns and snacks at noon. It's more than enough to pay for his salary." Zhang Xiaohua wrinkled her nose and said, "Auntie, you misunderstood. I just want to give Xiaohua more money." Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, "Young master, you don't have to. Didn't I just say that you already treat my family Xiaohua well, so you don't need to spend too much money?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Those are just casual things. I have to thank Xiaohua for what he did for me. You don't have to refuse." Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, "In that case, this lowly concubine won't refuse. Xiaohua, come and thank the young master." Xiaohua stepped forward and saluted Zhang Xiaohua. "Thank you, young master." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "You don't have to be too polite. Xiaohua, I'm very satisfied with what you did this morning. You wrote the route in detail. How can I let you pay for those copper coins?" When Xiaohua heard this, her face became a little hot. Zhang Xiaohua continued to say, "Your mother's health isn't good, so you have to take care of her at home. That's right. It's best to let the doctor in the medical hall diagnose your mother. If she's always like this, how can her body withstand it?" When Mrs. Zhang and Xiaohua heard this, They both smiled bitterly. Then, Zhang Xiaohua threw the huge sack in her hand in the courtyard with a pong sound. She took out the small bag of silver coins that she just exchanged and handed it over. She said, "Auntie, this is what I want to give to Xiaohua. You could take it." Mrs. Zhang and Xiaohua were dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them and explained, "I originally wanted to give Xiaohua banknotes, but I thought that would be suspicious for a child to take out banknotes. Moreover, if you have ingots of silver at home, wouldn't it be easy to attract trouble? That's why I went to the bank with Xiaohua and exchanged them for copper coins. There are 10 strings of coins in this sack and 5 taels of silver coins in this small cloth bag." Oh, when we were exchanging, Xiaohua was also present. He knows that these small taels of silver won't bring you any trouble. That's right. Based on Zhang Xiaohua's experience in Lu Town and Pingyang City, there were bound to be sinister people in this world. If Ji Xiaohua and Madame Zhang went out with 5 taels of silver, they would probably be targeted by some bullies or scoundrels before they could spend it. She was kind enough to help them, but she did not want to bring disaster to them for no reason. "Young master, went to the bank to exchange copper coins for me?" Xiaohua looked at the unfamiliar young master in front of her in disbelief. She did not even know his name. "Yes. Do you think that I have nothing better to do and exchange copper coins for fun? This thing is very heavy. It's 10,000 copper coins, and you didn't even help me carry it," Zhang Xiaohua said jokingly. "Young master," Xiaohua did not know what to say. "No, young master, we can't accept this money." When Mrs. Zhang saw this, she did not hesitate and said resolutely, "I still want to bring Xiaohua with me. Please don't be like this." Zhang Xiaohua knew that Mrs. Zhang had misunderstood and smiled. "Auntie, you misunderstand. I have no intention of bringing Xiaohua with me. He also knows that my home is not here, and I still have a long way to go. Moreover, to be honest, I'm not some rich young master and don't need anyone to serve me. So don't worry, Xiaohua will still be by your side. But, young master, you are so kind to us. Why are you doing this for us?" Mrs. Zhang really did not understand. If it was an older person, she could understand that it was because he coveted her beauty. Not to mention that her appearance was not outstanding. This young master was still too young. If he wanted to buy her child was not worth so much money. She didn't want to take the money, but the poor had no ambition. She deeply understood the difficulties of a poor family. It was one thing for her to suffer, but she had to watch her child go out before dawn every day and come back late at night. Her child was bullied in other people's tea shed. Although he didn't say anything, she still heard his cries at night and felt pain in her heart. Chapter 325. But now, right in front of her, someone suddenly threw out so much money for no reason. He only said that he would give it to them without asking for anything in return. How could she refuse? In fact, even if this person had some ulterior motives, she would still consider it carefully. But the young man in front of her actually said that this was a free lunch. Madame Zhang felt like she was hit in the head by a pie in the sky. She felt dizzy. She tried her best to stop coughing and stared straight at the young man who was taller than her by a head. She stared at his pure eyes. After a long while, she felt a little disappointed. Those pure eyes were like the white blue sky. Even clearer than the blue sky. In that purity, she could see the hot blood in the young man's heart. This time, Madame Zhang really believed that this young man didn't ask for anything in return. She just somewhat believed. Xiaohua, who was next to him, excitedly confirmed again, "Young master, you really want to give all this money to this little one? Really?" Zhang Xiaohua turned his head to look at the young man with a scabby head and said with a smile, "Of course it's true. When you came to the tea house to eat snacks, I had already decided." When Xiaohua heard this, he jumped up in an instant and cried, "Young master, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I misunderstood you. Wait, really wait." After that, he shook off his mother's hand and rushed out of the yard. Xiaohua, Madame Zhang, shouted loudly. She didn't know what her son did wrong and what he was going to do. Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised at first, but after all, he had his divine sense. After a slight sweep, the corner of his mouth showed a trace of a smile. Seeing her son run out, Madame Zhang coughed for a while and asked, "Young master, there is no free lunch in this world. Do you really want to give us so much money for no reason?" AI Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "I know that you won't believe me no matter what I say. Even if it's me, if someone suddenly gives me so much money for no reason, I will also hesitate. Perhaps only a few years ago, when I still haven't walked out of the farmland, I will foolishly believe in such a good thing. Young master, why don't you tell me? Maybe I will believe you." After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Actually, it's very simple. I'm not the young master of a rich family like you think. I'm the same as you. Oh, I'm a bit worse than you. You live in the city, my home is in the countryside. As for me, I haven't seen my mother for several years. Seeing Xiaohua Ji has such a good relationship with you, it reminds me of my mother. If I were Xiaohua, of course, I would be happy." Madame Zhang listened thoughtfully. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "In addition, Xiaohua Ji really helped me a lot. He may not know it himself, but he really helped me a lot. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. If I have any panacea, I will not hesitate to let you take it, but I don't. I only have some money, but I really don't dare to give you more money, so I can only give you this little. Just in one morning, my Xiaohua Ji helped you so much?" Madame Zhang didn't believe it. It was just a rout. How could it be worth such a big fuss? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Yes, it's really like this. If you don't accept my gratitude, it will have a great impact on me. So, aunt, for me, you have to accept my kindness." How could Madame Zhang believe these words? She only thought that Zhang Xiaohua was making excuses. But she didn't know that these words were really true and there was no exaggeration. Of course, there is another reason. Zhang Xiaohua was about to say, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that Xiaohua Ji is really a good child. While Madame Zhang was puzzled, Xiaohua Ji held Huan Huan and walked to the door. Xiaohua Ji put Huan Huan outside the door and walked in with tears on his face. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he was even more sad. He cried and said, "Young master, this little one didn't know that young master was so good to this little one. You treated this little one like this, but this little one still hid it from you. I really can't stand it." Zhang Xiaohua patted his shoulder and said gently, "Ji Xiaohua Ji, don't be like this. I want a horse, not a cow that can carry things. Although Huan Huan can carry things, it may not be able to carry the things I want to carry. Moreover, it can't run fast. Besides, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. You should keep Huan Huan for yourself." "No, young master, Huan Huan can run. Really, it runs very fast." Really?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Huan Huan, who had just been washed outside the courtyard, and didn't dare to believe it. "Yes, last year Huan Huan and I met a wild dog outside the city. It wanted to bite me, so Huan Huan carried me back. It ran so fast that even the wild dog couldn't catch up with it. It runs really fast." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe it, Xiaohua Ji pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Young master, if you don't believe me, you can ride it and see." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately became interested. In fact, he really hoped to have something to ride on. If this David's deer could be made, it would really solve a big problem for him. Walking in front of Huan Huan, Huan Huan seemed to know Xiaohua's intention. Her eyes were wide open, and she sniffed Zhang Xiaohua's scent affectionately. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Huan Huan's broad back and pressed her hands on it. Huan Huan didn't seem to feel anything. Overjoyed, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Huan Huan and smiled. "Huan Huan, I want to press harder. Can you do it?" Huan Huan understood Zhang Xiaohua's voice and blinked her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and pressed down hard. With Zhang Xiaohua's strength, Huan Huan's legs went soft, but she immediately stood up strong. There was a trace of unyielding and grievance in her bright eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed again. He used a lot of strength this time. His arms had the strength of more than 10,000 pounds. This was beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectation. Moreover, looking at Huan Huan's eyes, the weakness in her legs was a kind of humiliation. Thinking about it, how could he be treated well in Father Hao's house? It was good enough to be able to eat the rancid swill. Then, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the long sword in the yard and put it on Huan Huan's back. Huan Huan's back only sank a little, but her forelegs were still standing firmly. Zhang Xiaohua kicked off, and her body floated up. Huan Huan's forelegs moved, and she ran toward the street. Although she wasn't as fast as a galloping horse, her speed was still very impressive. I've really picked up a treasure, Zhang Xiaohua muttered in her heart as she rode Huan Huan back. At the door of the small yard, Xiaohua Ji, with tears on her face, and Zhang Xiaohua, with a happy expression, were waiting for Zhang Xiaohua's return. Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from Huan Huan's back and walked into the yard. He smiled and said, "Xiaohua Ji, it seems that you and I are really fated. You, as an oddball, could be of great help to me." Xiaohua Ji said embarrassedly, "Young master, don't praise me. In fact, when you went to buy the horse, I thought of Huan Huan, but I didn't dare to believe you and couldn't bear to part with her. In the end, this little one still had selfish motives. However, young master still treats this little one so well. This little one is really sorry." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't have the heart to guard against others. This saying is right. How can I blame you? However, now that you've given me Huan Huan, you've given me another problem." Xiaohua Ji asked curiously, "Why is that?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Originally, I could repay your help by giving you some money. If you give me Huan Huan, won't I owe you a lot? But if I give you more money, won't I be causing trouble for you?" Xiaohua Ji was very puzzled and said, "Young master, I don't understand. It's naturally good to have more money. How can it cause trouble? Young master, I didn't mean to ask you for money. You've already given us so much. Just take Huan Huan as a gift for me." Zhang Xiaohua Ji thought for a moment and took out 2 banknotes from his arms. He handed them to Ji Xiaohua and said, "I don't deserve a reward without any effort. I'll use these banknotes to exchange for your Huan Huan." How could Ji Xiaohua Ji accept them? He repeatedly refused. Even Madame Zhang coughed and tried her best to stop him. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua Ji was moved. He took out a banknote and said, "Since it's like this, I won't give it to you. I'll trouble you to go to the ox and horse market with this banknote and help Father Hao buy a cow or a mule. Didn't you say that Father Hao needs Huan Huan to live? If I take Huan Huan away, how will Father Hao live?" This, Xiaohua Ji was a little hesitant. At that time, he only felt guilty and didn't think too much. Now that Zhang Xiaohua Ji mentioned it, it was really a problem. However, he looked at the big sack on the ground and said, "Young master, didn't you already give so much money? It's enough to buy animals." Zhang Xiaohua Ji shook his head and said, "That's for you. If you use these copper coins to buy a mule, you won't be able to carry it. You can find a place to put the copper coins and use them for daily use. Upon these banknotes, you can directly buy a mule and say that you exchanged it with Huan Huan. I think there won't be any problems." Xiaohua Ji still looked at his mother, who was coughing nonstop. Madame Zhang sighed and said, "Young master gave too much." Zhang Xiaohua Ji said with a smile, "If you don't accept the banknotes, I don't want Huan Huan." Seeing his mother's tacit agreement, Xiaohua Ji still raised his hand to take it. Then Zhang Xiaohua Ji said, "Auntie, is there a spare room in the house?" Madame Zhang was stunned. She pointed to a shabby shed next to them and said, "Young master, is that okay? It's a stove used for cooking." Zhang Xiaohua Ji said with a smile, "Okay, wait a moment." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked into the courtyard, leaving Ji Xiaohua and his wife standing in the middle of the courtyard with a puzzled look on their faces. Chapter 326. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua came out from inside. Her face was slightly pale. She held a small piece of white jade in her hand and handed it to Ji Xiaohua. She said, "Ji Xiaohua, this is your reward for giving me Huan Huan. Oh, don't refuse first. You must accept this. Just now, I told your mother that I don't have any panacea that can cure your mother's illness, but I suddenly remembered that I have an old piece of jade that can cure illness. Then she said to Madame Zhang, "This jade is not valuable, but it is very good for the human body. If you can wear it every day, and with the doctor's treatment, it will be better day by day." Hearing this, Ji Xiaohua's eyes could no longer leave the jade in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Being able to cure his mother's illness was his biggest wish. Since the young master in front of her could take out this thing, there must be a reason. He wouldn't deceive her for no reason. As for Madame Zhang, she looked at the jade and then looked at her son. Unconsciously, she didn't have the courage to refuse. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua stuffed the jade into Ji Xiaohua's hand and said with a smile, "In that case, I won't stay any longer. I hope that auntie will recover soon." Then, she turned to leave. Madame Zhang shouted, "Young master, what is the reason that you didn't say just now?" Ji Xiaohua also shouted, "Yes, young master. People say that people don't wake up early if there is no benefit. This little one also doesn't have a beautiful older sister or younger sister. Why are you so good to me?" "Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and floated up. Her figure flew over the low wall of Ji Xiaohua's house and landed on Huan's back outside the door. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and urged the four odd beasts. When Ji Xiaohua and her mother arrived at the door, they heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice from a distance. "The reason is very simple. Because I am also called Xiaohua. However, I am called Zhang Xiaohua." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's figure gradually disappear, Ji Xiaohua's heart actually had a desire to chase after her. However, hearing her mother's heart-wrenching coughs, how could he take a step forward? It wasn't that he didn't think that Zhang Xiaohua was an unusual person. He knew that the long sword that was too heavy to lift was extraordinary. Now, he actually saw him fly over the wall like a bird. He knew that he was more magical than he thought. Pingyang City, Lu Town, Huanxi Manor, Zhang Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua muttered and memorized the route map he gave Zhang Xiaohua in her mind. Then, she turned around and supported her mother. "Mother, you should go back to the house. The wind is strong outside." After entering the courtyard, she took out the jade and handed it to her mother. "Mother, you should go back to the house and find a string to string it with you." "Young master," "Yes, young master," Zhang said that it is useful, so it must be useful. Madame Zhang had seen Zhang Xiaohua's qigong before, so she naturally believed in Zhang Xiaohua's words. She reached out to take the money, but their gazes immediately fell on the large pile of copper coins in the courtyard. With Ji Xiaohua, a 9-year-old child, and Madame Zhang's body that had been ill for a long time, it was extremely tiring to move these 10,000 coins into the house and hide them in a secret place. However, doing this kind of work was tiring but happy. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on Huan's back. Huan was so happy that it could jump up and walk quickly along the main street of Songning Town, heading out of the city. Huan walked very steadily. Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel any bumps at all on its back. Huan walked very quickly, not much slower than an ordinary horse. However, the people on the street were all pointing fingers at Zhang Xiaohua. That was because Huan, which didn't look like anything, carried a large pile of firewood back from outside the city every day. Many people had seen it with their own eyes. Huan's stinky body and strange appearance were obvious to all. Now, there was a young person sitting on it, and Huan was running quite happily. How could people not be surprised? There were even people who covered their mouths and sneered. However, this is also good. So many people saw me ride Huan out of the city. When old man Hao or Xiaohua go to buy a mule or a cow, it'll be a good excuse. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking about the safety of Ji Xiaohua and the others. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua had indeed matured and grown up. She was worthy of his tall and thin stature. Zhang Xiaohua had already memorized the route on the white cloth that Ji Xiaohua gave him. When they arrived at the city gate, he got off the odd duck. After asking the passers-by carefully, he sat on the odd duck again and patted Huan's head. The odd duck immediately galloped away, leaving behind many people at the city gate who were pointing and gesticulating. On the spacious road, there were few pedestrians, but Huan ran very happily. Its eyes were full of excitement, and its 4 hoof-like feet kept exerting force. It seemed that this kind of galloping days was the life it wanted. However, after a long while, Huan's speed didn't slow down, but there were some slight beads of sweat on its neck. Zhang Xiaohua was very considerate and noticed it. He patted its head slowly with his hand. Huan really understood his meaning and slowed down its pace, moving forward leisurely. This Huan is really a strange creature. No, what kind of animal is this odd duck? Not only can it carry thousands of kilograms of things, but its speed is also not much slower than a horse. The most rare thing is that Huan seems to understand my intentions. I don't need to speak. As long as I pat its head, it immediately knows my thoughts. Can such an animal still be called an animal? Even if it's called a spiritual beast, it's still worthy. It's just that this spiritual beast has been spoiled by Old Man Hao. It only knows how to carry firewood all day long. What it eats is even worse than a pig's. God has pity on it. It's really a pearl covered in dust. If I didn't happen to meet it, wouldn't Huan die of old age in the pigsty? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but stroke the back of Huan's neck. Huan seemed to understand Zhang Xiaohua's meaning. It let out a long howl that split the sky, full of joy. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's go, Huan. I'll call you Huan in the future. If you follow me, I won't treat you unfairly. Oh, I forgot to ask Xiaohua what to feed you. You haven't eaten properly for many years, so I have to take good care of you. Otherwise, you'll collapse from exhaustion before we reach the Guozhuang house. That would be very bad." Huan was also happy to hear this. It growled in a low voice, but it didn't know what it wanted to express. Its feet didn't stop, and it worked even harder. Presumably, it was also looking forward to the delicious fodder in a while. Although Huan hadn't run for a long time, and its physical strength was limited, they reached the western outskirts of Songning Town by the time the sky turned dark. There were very few people. The forest by the roadside and the distant hills all revealed a kind of silence. The time for all living things to rest was coming. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. It didn't matter to her. She had already abstained from eating, so it didn't matter whether she ate or not. However, she didn't know if Huan could persist. She wanted to be free and unrestrained, so she just patted her butt and left, leaving behind the admiring stars of others. But now, she was in the middle of nowhere, so it wouldn't be too late to stay in town and leave tomorrow morning. However, at the thought of her mother who was far away, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was burning. How could she be willing to stay in this unfamiliar place for a moment longer? Just as she was thinking, she heard the crisp sound of a bell from the turning mountain on the quiet main road. Then there was the noisy sound of horse hooves and a few people talking loudly. "Old Man Su, don't tell me you've made a mistake. We've been waiting at the intersection for a whole day. If that kid didn't leave earlier than us or stayed in town, it's also possible that he didn't fall for your trick and left by the side road." A voice that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with sounded, "That's impossible. That kid walked when he was young. If he went to Pingyang City, he would definitely buy a horse. I came straight to you after coming out of the tea shed. I've been waiting here since early morning. How could I let him leave in advance? It's also impossible to leave by the side road. When I passed by the pub, I asked the bystanders, and they said that this is the way to Pingyang City. It's almost the same as what I said. However, the road that I gave him in the end was to head north, and the correct route was to head south. But this fork in the road is still the same. From what Old Man Su said, he must still be resting in one of the inns in town. Shout Jing when we reach the town. Go and find out where this young master is hiding. We'll go and get him out tonight. First, we'll take the banknotes from him. Then we'll chop him clean and throw him into the sea. Oh yes, Old Man Su, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Is this really a rich young master? Of course. Don't you trust my judgment? Just based on the retro robe that he's wearing, it's estimated that it's worth dozens of silver taels. Those few people spoke very loudly and didn't have any intention to care about others. The few horses turned and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Those few people were also stunned when they saw Zhang Xiaohua. They didn't expect that there would still be people walking on this road at this time. Unknowingly, they stopped talking, and only the clack, clack, clack of the horse's hooves could be heard. From their words, Zhang Xiaohua already knew their intentions. She even used her divine perception to clearly see that it was old man Su from the tea stall. But it was dusk at this time. With the alternating light and dark, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see clearly. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had already changed her clothes. That old man Su was still thinking about Zhang Xiaohua's retro black robe and naturally didn't recognize him immediately. It was just that when they neared, someone couldn't help but ask in surprise, isn't this old man Hao's broken donkey from the south of the city? Why is it being ridden out by this person? Can this donkey be ridden? It's usually used to carry firewood." At this time, old man Su also saw Zhang Xiaohua's mocking expression. He was stunned and thought in his heart, "Why does this young man look so familiar?" Immediately, he laughed and said, "Haha, there's a road to heaven, but you can't. There's no door to hell, but you still bump into it. Brothers, this is the rich young man I was talking about." The leader of the villainous men also laughed and said, "No wonder, so he changed his clothes." He must have known that old man Su was lying. While they were talking, the other two had also surrounded Zhang Xiaohua from the side. Zhang Xiaohua was completely surrounded in the middle. Qidian Chinese website welcomes all readers to read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at Qidian Originals. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.